Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We're going to be doing Game Boy development in GB Studio for VJam. Very exciting. I've been working with Taco Crepe and Ias, and we're making a Papers, Please, but with VTubers kind of thing. I've been calling it VTubers, Please, but we may change the title. That's very much a working title. But yeah, just getting started here. There's an ad in 1 minute and 30 seconds. After that, we'll be ready to roll. Cosmo, welcome in. Nice job getting first. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, we're just getting started here. After the ad, we'll jump into it. We've got some things planned. Try to get the gameplay down a little bit further at least. Get some things done on the project. Seagoat, welcome in. Nice job, or thanks for checking in. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're doing well. Hey, thanks for the 5 bits. Appreciate that. Also, nice work on the 5 stream streak. Everyone should check out Seagoat and Cosmo, by the way. Both are fantastic streamers. Seagoat does pixel art as well as Godot development, and they're also taking part in the VJam. And the ad is about to start. Cosmo says, I'm just getting ready for bed is all, but I'll be around for a few. Awesome. Well, I appreciate that. Hope you have a wonderful rest when you do crash. And yeah, everyone should check out Cosmo. Last Plane Descent 2, very cool, very cool. Yeah. So, big news for me, Demon Fish Dead Ahead is on Steam. Working on the game? Nice. Watch me just outright buy it at launch as I love testing it. Well, it's gonna be a while before I launch it because I need to gather Steam wishlist before launching it. Otherwise, it's gonna be doomed, right? Like with Pyrotoad, we had like 350 or something wishlist when we launched, and we still only got like 3 sales on day 1 or something like that. And it was all people we knew, you know. And not that that's a bad thing. I very much appreciate those 3 people. And the people who bought it later down the road. But yeah, Steam really wants you to have like hundreds of sales on your first day. Otherwise, it sees you as like nothing. And that's unfortunate, but that's just kind of the way it goes. Drop the link and we'll wishlist it, or watch me just outright buy it. I'll definitely wishlist it. this go live again has potential, so after Jam might work on it and make a full game. Oh, cool, cool. So yeah, I was just resetting the what's it called? The mix it up command. So now I can just do that. And there's the link, so you can wishlist it on Steam. Also, there's a demo available, so if you want to play the demo, you can. Let me know how it is. Of course, content creators, Cosmo included. I know Cosmo's already on the list. Seago, if you'd like to be on the list, you can be as well. I am going to be providing review copies for the full game, so that way people can play it early and I can get some testing in and that kind of stuff. Thank you for the wish list. I very much appreciate that, Seago. You're the first person to wish list it. Because the page just went live a few minutes ago. But yeah. I'm excited for the launch. I mean, like I said, it's going to be a good year or so before the launch. Or maybe like 9 months. I'm not really sure. Depends, you know. I can't wait forever. But also, yeah, like I'd like to have some wish lists before I hit the launch button. And I would like to fix some of the issues, like the escape button not being mapped. I figured out how to map the escape button, but now the UI buttons aren't like focused when you hit. So I can open the pause menu, but when I get there, I can't do anything except use the mouse. Also, I need to set it up so the mouse cursor is not on the screen unless the pause menu is open, or unless you use the mouse, I guess. Which is all stuff I'll probably be able to figure out, but it'll take time. But yeah, that's what's holding back from getting the build up on Steam. But yeah, I do have a ROM of it to pass out. And that I can give away at any time. So I'll probably go through the list one of these days and start doing that. Maybe after the Game Jam, because I'm kind of swamped with stuff for the Game Jam. There's not a whole lot of time left on the Game Jam though, so but I do want to spend that time on the Game Jam. Make sure that the project gets finished, because right now it's pretty unfinished. But that's the way Game Jams go. Epic, yeah. Also, feel free to let me know what you think of the Steam page itself, because obviously that's going to be getting updates and changes in the future as well. I kind of just whipped it up and kind of bare bones, but yeah, it's got some features listed, and then I also have some like some of the RPG simplifications listed, so that way people's expectations are in check. I don't want people leaving negative reviews saying there's not even any inventory, you can't choose party members, there's no classes. Like, that's the point of the game, is to simplify the RPG so you don't have all of these things to deal with. I know some people love that stuff, but this game is more for people who want to play RPGs but don't want to have to read a book to do it, right? Rick became the demon fish, we must defeat him. I'll take a look at it later, I'm busy with the jam of the mo. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm not expecting a critique or anything. But yeah, if you get the chance eventually, I'd love to hear thoughts. And that goes for anyone, of course. So yeah, a few things that I thought of here. It would be nice to, so after the start menu, it tells you like what day you're on, right? That way, you know like how many guests are gonna be there that day, how many you need to get right, that kind of stuff, what day you're on. And then that gives me a chance to set up the different stuff that we would need. Internally, as far as the variables and the programming of it. And I'm sure Taco or Ias would be able to help me out and make this look pretty. But for now, we can just say day 1. Oh, we want it to be in a different color. I'm just gonna put it at 10. And then Justwall, sup thug? How you doing, Justwall? Good to see you in here. I'm doing good. We're just chipping away at this game jam. I'm just coming up with some very placeholder-ish art for scenes to put the code in to get the game mechanics working properly. Great, logged off of my MMO addiction. Right on, right on. That's that troll game. What is it called again? I saw you posted on Twitter. So I'm not sure, like, as it stands right now, we've only got 9 possible days, and that's probably enough, but also we only have 9 possible guests, which may not be enough. Trolled them, okay, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at it, but yeah, $10 is a little bit expensive for me to buy something that I may or may not play, because yeah, I don't have a whole lot of time right now to sink into an MMORPG, and I've never really gotten into any MMORPG ever. So first 10 levels are free in the demo. Oh, cool. Well, I might have to check out that when I have time. But yeah, like I said, I've never really gotten into any MMORPG. But then again, it seems like that one's a little bit different than most of them. Where like most of them these days they're like party based, you know what I mean? And like you need friends, which is kind of one of those things that like helps sink in the addiction, because if your friends are like, hey, we need you for this raid, and you're like, oh shit, I spent years getting to the point where I can do raids and now my team needs me, like you're gonna drop what you're doing and play the game, right? And then all of a sudden 10 hours goes by and like, you know, everyone else is still playing, so you feel like you need to still play. And like before long, like I had a stepbrother who was like not going to his classes in college because he was playing WoW. Time is the thing. Oh, I'm on an MMO kick lately, not sure why. I'm totally solo MMO player. Right on, yeah. See, I didn't even know that there were solo MMO games out there. But yeah, I used to play... Well, my brother played Final Fantasy XI for a long time. And he was like, hey, you know, it's only like... It's real cheap to have a second account, so if you want, I could, you know, purchase that for you. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I didn't really like it. I played till like maybe like level 7 or 8 or 9 or something like that, and I was bored with it. But I didn't have any friends that played it. And it's funny because I didn't know what to put for a player name, so I just put Maynard's Dick, which I thought was clever and funny. Which is it's a name of a Tool song, right? And some people thought it was funny, but one person was like, "You're gonna get in trouble for that name," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And like right around that time, I stopped playing, and then my brother got put in jail because of the username. He's like, "What do you mean my username's inappropriate? Like, it's Michelob21." That was his username. Like, what do you mean? And they're like, "Your other account's username," and he's like, "Oh." So he deleted the account and got let out of jail. I felt bad that he wasn't able to play when he wanted to play, but like, I had already forgotten about that shit by the time I got put in jail. Because they put me in jail too, I'm sure. I just never played it, so I didn't know I was in jail. My addiction started with going, "Hey, what's this RuneScape all about?" I love Tool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Tool too. I never played RuneScape, but I thought about it. So I didn't know about RuneScape until I was dating this girl who her ex was like addicted to RuneScape, and she hated it because of that. So she was like, she hated video games because of her ex's RuneScape addiction. So she was like, since I'm a game developer and play games, like she was always worried that I was gonna get like addicted to some online MMO because that's all she knew about video games. But soon she learned that game dev is much worse. I don't know if it is. It's similar though. Just staring at a computer all day. She wasn't too happy with it. Yeah. At one point she told me that I was in La La Land for thinking I could become a game developer. And I was like, you know, I went to fucking school for this shit, right? Tough girlfriend to have as a game dev, man. Yeah. But after her, I actually ended up dating another game developer, and that was a lot easier. We could like just sit there and work together. It didn't last forever, but it was fun while it lasted. We made a game together. So this one's day one, and then I guess we only need one number. I don't know what I'm thinking. So that way it tells you how many guests you have. Don't worry about distracting me. You're not distracting me at all. I like having someone to talk to. I appreciate it. My wife gives me some shit for being at my computer a lot, but she knows I love it and accepts it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's good to have that to like kind of pull you away. You know, I mean, obviously you gotta get your work done, and you know, I know you and you work on a computer, so that's like even more rough. But sometimes you gotta like go for a walk, go outside, you know, touch grass, right? And it's really hard to do that when you don't have someone like kind of reminding you like, hey, you've been looking at that screen for like fucking 48 hours straight, you know? That one ex should always say, all I see is the back of your head. You're always just sitting at a computer, all I see is the back of your head. But yeah, I make sure I hang out with my kids and take time away from the PC. My daughter tells me I'm being lame and that we should hang out. Helps a bunch. Yeah, I mean, at least they can tell you, you know, that way, you know, it might feel harsh to say like you're being lame, but it's the truth, right? If you're like just sitting there, obviously that's boring for them, right? You gotta be entertaining for kids. I remember when my dad used to watch fucking football, Star Trek, which I didn't appreciate back then. I like Star Trek now, but as a kid I didn't get it. Like Meet the Press. I fucking hated Meet the Press. My dad would like get excited about Meet the Press, be like, we're gonna watch Meet the Press, it's gonna be awesome. I'm like, dude, this is like the most boring show ever. Like Star Trek I just didn't get. I feel like my dad did me a disservice by not trying to explain it to me, because I was a creative kid. I would have enjoyed it more if he explained it a little bit, but he's just like, watch, you'll get it. And I never got it. I just get bored and stop paying attention, start playing Game Boy or something. I do a lot of my work when they are still at school. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, I guess we could probably... Whoa, did I spit on my computer? That's crazy. I'm like, where did this water come from? It must have came from my mouth. Unless the ceiling's leaking. I don't think it is. Could probably do this as a number as well. Honestly, it kind of looks stupid with it like in the corner like that. Doesn't really make too big of a difference, but whatever. Yeah, I was like drinking tea or something. My mouth was salivating, and like before I knew it, there was water coming out. And the saliva shot out when I was talking, apparently. It's pretty rare that that happens for me, but it does happen. It's been known to happen before. I hate that. I hate when a sneeze sneaks up. Oh, that happens to me too. I'm usually pretty good about feeling it hitting the mute button on the mic when I'm streaming, but sometimes they just sneak up. There's nothing you can do about it, you know. Wait, didn't I save it as a... I guess I saved it as a PNG. What are you gonna do? So I'll just copy this, paste it, and we'll remove these. And then we'll remove these as well. Yeah. Gotta look away from the monitor, it'll get messy. The worst is when you're driving, right? And then all of a sudden there's like sneeze all over the inside of the windshield. And like, how often do you clean the inside of your windshield, right? So like, it's gross already, but like having that liquid on there makes it even more gross. And like, it always happens when you're on like a road trip or something like that. So like, hopefully you packed some like paper towels, but like who packs like Windex, you know what I mean? So like, you end up like getting some water and putting it on like a napkin and like wiping the inside, and all of a sudden it's like smearing like all the other dust and goop that hasn't been washed in like forever. And it's like making more of a mess than it was. I remember when I used to vape a lot, that the windshield got covered in like vape juice particles. Yeah, smearing streaks all over the window. Yeah, yeah. Sneezes smell funny too, right? It's a weird smell. I don't like how sneezes smell. Oh, by the way, the Demon Fish Dead Ahead demo is up on Steam. Feel free to wishlist it. Check out the demo. If you'd like, I can give you a review copy of the full game to get some testing in and stuff like that. Or I'll add you on the list for when I start giving out. I probably won't give it out until I'm done with this game jam, so that way I can be more present if people are like, oh, I'm gonna stream it. Oh snap, it is. Yep, I just released it just a few minutes ago. I'll put the page up. Well, the game's not released yet, but the demo's up and the Steam page is up. I'm collecting wish lists officially. But yeah, I definitely appreciate any wish lists or support. Nice, we'll check it out. Awesome. Yeah, let me know what you think if you check out the demo. I'm still learning about Godot and how to make it perfect for Steam, but it does include the ROM. I figured out how to include the ROM with the Steam files. It was really easy. You just throw it in the zip file. So that way, if you download the demo, it comes with the demo ROM as well as the Steam demo. So if you prefer to play it on emulator, it comes with it. And that was something that people had mentioned on Pyrotoad, like, hey, does the ROM come with the Steam release? Because I'll just buy it on Steam. And we're like, no, we haven't figured that out yet. So they're like, all right, I'll buy it on itch, which is fine, but it's actually better for developers to get sales on Steam because that helps the algorithm, right? Wishlisted for sure. Oh, well, thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. It's a kind of a stripped down JRPG, like classic style JRPG. So like there's no shops, there's no inventory, there's no towns, there's not real NPCs so much as just like enemies, and then like one NPC that tells you the story at the beginning and end of the game, and then yeah, there's no classes, no characters, no gold, no weapons, equipment, inventory. So like it's pretty stripped down, but I did that in a way so that way you could play the RPG, set it down for a month, pick it back up, and know exactly where you're at, right? Not feel like you have to like backtrack or like talk to a bunch of people or like go to the last inn you were at and like look at the bar or the cafe and see what people are saying to try to remember where you were at in the story. The story is like so minimal that it's basically just like kill the fish. I like your games. They're very retro and remind me of my childhood playing Atari and early Nintendo games. Cool, yeah. Well, hopefully this has the same nostalgic feeling for you, because I definitely was influenced by simple RPGs, you know, Final Fantasy 1, Mystic Quest, that kind of stuff was a huge influence in this. Also the Saga Final Fantasy Legend series, right? I was kind of looking at those games and saying, you know, I didn't like this about this, but I did like this about this. If I could do it, I would do this differently. So I put more focused on enemy variety and showing the actual enemies on the screen. Lat Lizard, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. I like RPGs. Very cool. Watch you work on it a bit. I feel in streams. Yeah. How long of a game is it when you play through it? The whole game, it took me about 8 hours or so. But you could probably do it faster, maybe. I don't know. It really depends on, it might take longer too. But the demo is probably only about an hour, maybe 2, depending on how quickly you want to like play through it. But it is nearly a quarter of the game. As far as the worlds go. So yeah, the leveling kind of gets like, it gets harder to level as you level, right? But you need to level quite a bit for the end. I feel like if you're at like level 170, you could probably beat the game. but it'll be easier if you're at like 175, 180, that kind of thing. But if you're like at level 160 and you try to beat the last boss, that's not going to work too well for you. So it does take a while to get to level 170. However, there are 7 free levels in every world, right? So 28 of those levels you get just from exploring. Saw they were playing Helldivers, had the crash. Oh, after you stream, you gotta see Indiana's clips of us last night. LML. Nice, that's good. I'm out of time. Big game. Yeah, so it started as a game jam game, right? And it was about 2 hours or so for the game jam game. And what I did was I made it so I doubled the game jam first. So then it was twice as long, and it was about 4 hours, and then I doubled that again. And so my assumption is that it's about 8 hours. When I timed myself, I kind of knew exactly what to do it quickly. So I want to say the average person would take about 8 hours. But what I had done was I doubled the amount of experience that you get compared to the demo or the game jam version. So that way you can get through the first level quicker, you know. You see more content faster. That was the point of that. However, it still takes a long time towards the end because everything, you know, it takes longer to get to the next level, right? I'm always here for a wishlist purchase and Steam review. Best thing you can do for a game, for a dev releasing the Steam. Yeah, I need to review your games. I feel like I always forget to review other people's games. I definitely need to do that. But I appreciate all your support, you know, on Pyrotoad and yeah, everything. But yeah, Lot Lizard, I'll check out Indiana's clips after I stream for sure. If I remember. Might be pretty late by that point. But I'll do my best to remember. What am I doing here? I'm looking for images, Ace Sprites, non-RSB, GB Studio, and VJam. Backgrounds, and here's the one that I'm gonna copy it. Paste it into here. You running him over, it's epic. Oh no. Nice. Yeah, man, I'm just happy you are still making games. So many devs from when I met you are gone now. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. That's kind of just the way it goes though, right? I mean, yeah, I remember when I started back in like fucking 2010. Fuck, man. First of all, the landscape was completely different. Second of all, fucking no one was a game dev. People looked at you like you were a fucking alien if you said you were a game dev back then. And shit, I didn't even know what Unity was back then, you know? I was like trying all these different engines and shit. People didn't know, you know? People thought it was cool, but they couldn't help me. They didn't know, like... Hey, Lot Lizard, thanks for the 5-stream streak. You're a star. It just means it's part of you, not just trying to be famous. You want to make games. Yeah, I don't think it's a good way to get famous. I know that some people misconstrued that idea. No, thank you, Lot Lizard. Thank you for being a star. I can't stop if I wanted to. Yeah, I feel like if I ever stop, it's gonna be because I can't afford to do it. But that's never stopped me before. I've been very broke and still making games before. So I'm not too worried about that. So this one is gonna send us to the day screen now. We can still randomly generate the number. But this stuff will disable. And then change scene to, oh, we need to rename this. Stop it. New day. Same with making music, my fingers, or I would need to stop working. Yeah, I watched Puke 7 Dev for a bit the other day. He's into it big time too. Oh yeah, Puke 7's massive, right? And he's super smart too. He's like really intelligent when it comes to like assembly and that kind of stuff. Really cool person too. Really enjoy his streams. Yeah, he streams Wednesdays typically, but I think, yeah, I saw him streaming on Tuesday as well. Oh yeah, mad scientist shit over there. Yeah, for sure, mad scientist vibes all over, for sure. I dig it. You know, it's funny because there's like two things that I found in like I don't know what you call it, like the world media, just like media out in the world, right? That remind me of Puke 7. So first of all, today I decided randomly to watch Independence Day because it's on Netflix, and I was like, fuck, I remember this movie. I used to watch it in the conversion van on like cross-country trips. We'd watch it over and over again because we only had like fucking 7 movies with us. And it was just a good movie back in the day, you know? I mean, it was like fast paced, the story was decent. It's kind of cheesy looking at it now, like everything just is like really like convenient the way it all works together. Nice, Independence Day, sick movie. But if you remember, there's this character, and I don't remember the character's name. He's like a doctor, and he's like at Area 51, and he's got like long gray hair, like a gray beard. It's not as long as Puke's beard, and like, you know, he's got like these wild eyes, and he's like, welcome to the freak show kind of thing, right? And that guy, his vibe is very much Puke 7's vibe. But also there's this comedian I can't remember the name of, that's like from Boulder, Colorado, like an old hippie, and he's fucking hilarious. Data from Star Trek. Was that Data? Oh, I think it was. That's hilarious. I didn't notice it watching the fucking movie, but now that you said it, I'm like, wait a second. Yeah, because he's a really good actor. He's like to the point where he can do different like varieties of acting, but he's also a really funny guy, like if you let him. But he's also really serious if that's the role, right? He's like all over the place. A lot of like comedy actors can only do comedy, and a lot of like drama actors can only do drama. But Brent Spinner, he can do fucking anything. Is it Spinner or Spiner? I don't know his actual name. But yeah, that's pretty fucking awesome. We got days 1s and days 10s. So I guess we do have a spot for 2 days. But now I'm kind of thinking that we would need 2 spots for guests, which would make this all need to be reworked a little bit. Especially this one, because it's like condensed. I don't know, I'd have to talk to Taco about that. We could figure it out probably, but might be tough. If we did this vertically, I don't know if we can fit that vertically though. And then scooched it over, and then even, I don't know, made this one tile instead of this being 2 tiles. And then, I don't even know. Randy Quaid was the hippie dude. Guys in jail still for tax evasion though. Nah, dude got out of jail. Randy Quaid, I remember he was in quite a few movies. He was in like what, the vacation movies, right? I didn't know about the tax evasion thing. I probably heard about it, but I think I forgot about it. Yeah, Vacation and Christmas Vacation, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't in Vegas Vacation, was he? Or no, he was, right? Because they had to dig up the money. Yeah, he was in that for sure. Cause they go to his place. He's got like a trailer in the desert. He's like, I buried some money out here somewhere. Well, got a crash, so I have brain for tomorrow's workday. Okay, well, thanks for dropping in. It was good to see you, Just Wall. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. I hope you sleep well. I'm gonna put 2 for guests also, because I feel like it should have 2. We'll have to work that out, but that would be really tough though, because we'll need 4. It just feels weird that you would only have 9, a maximum of 9 guests to go through in one day. I feel like there's like in Papers, Please, you have a lot that you would go through. Stay awesome, dude. Thank you. I will. Well, I'll do my best to stay awesome. There's an ad starting soon. I used a bunch of snoozes, but oh, there it is. Ari Boops, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Ari Boops' stream if they haven't yet. Awesome artist. So we should probably figure out these. Also, yeah, the whole guest thing. I don't know. Taco also sent over some new art before they crashed for the night. I think it's this one. I wish there was a way we could shrink guests, but guest is already pretty shrunken. I feel like this one would be the harder one. What I'll do is I'll save as and do edit and see if I can make adjustments to make this work. But I feel like it's gonna be real tough. If we could, where is this? This half? Heads up, okay. So if we could somehow move these to only be one tile, that might actually work. And then scooch these over, and then so what I'm thinking here is, instead of having a whole tile for that, just use one tile for both, putting it there, and then that one would go there, that one would go there, this one here, and then that one there. There we go. I think that might be the way to do it. It is a little hard to read, but there is one pixel space here. Oops. We could give it to the A. I think this might be the way to do it. So what I'm gonna do then is copy this and paste it over this. But yeah, actually I'm going to make a new layer and do it. That way we can just delete this, and now that looks fine. Of course this like that. That way we can fit more guests. I think that might be the best way to do it. And then what I'll do is we'll make a new layer over the top, and I'll just name this tile swap. And I'm just gonna draw this whole area. Oops. What am I doing? I think that's the right palette. Oh, I've got it backwards. Actually, oops. Oh, I should be using the white for the top. Oh, I moved it over already. There we go. Did I do something wrong here? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. I messed that up. So I think that will work. This one. We want this to be on a new layer. We can hide it, and then didn't I? What happened to the HUD? It disappeared. Interesting. Must have accidentally cut it. We'll paste it on the layer that's supposed to be on. Why is it putting it up there? Oh, it's putting it as a new layer. I copied the layer apparently. Just paste it there. I'm a little confused about that. Oh, that's what's going on. I was like, what's going on here? This layer has some holes in it. Alright. I made adjustments to it. Did they not get saved too? Oh, they must have got erased too. That's alright. I'll figure this out. This... like that. And then that. Like that. Have screen dock. And then have screen ID. Oops, what happened there? Dude, those characters look awesome. Look at how cool that looks. Very cool characters. However, there was one with the image here. I have a feeling this stuff is gonna get changed around a bit. Because there's gonna be like a name, right? SN is probably serial number. Alright, well, this will work for now. Export as ID. Alright. So now we've got new images for these. So let's go ahead and overwrite them. So let's see here, we got this one, this one, this one, and this one. Copy. Paste. Place. Alright. So now guest needs tens place. So we've got first and second, so we'll just do first tens, second tens. So guests, first, tens. Guests, second, tens. And then we've got a script for showing the UI, so we'll do guests, and we'll just need to make a couple copies of this. Guess first tens. Guess first tens because we have top and bottom. And then we need two more. And these will be guess second 10. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Guess seconds 10. Yeah. So then we need to copy this, paste it there, and we need to do that here too. Copy that, paste it there, and paste it there. Also, we need to make sure all of the places are in the correct spot here. Why is this one on a different line? Weird. Oh, because bottom is longer. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But top and bottom are different, so that's the difference. Alright, so yeah, now we need to make sure that the placement is right because we scooched everything over. So, we'll move these ones to the top because they're the tens place. And first one will be 4-0. And then 4-1. And then the tens place for this one will be 7-0. And 7-1. And just to double check these numbers, top for guest 1 is 5 now. We scooched everything over. And then the ones here is gonna be 8 now, which is where it was before. Alright, so now it should put them in there. One here, at the start of the game, we want days to be 1, so variable value. Days 1s equals 1. Copy, paste, days. Days 10s equals 0. And then variable value, guests first. We should probably rename that to 1s so it's not confusing. Alright. Although, because we changed that, I'm not sure if the script needs to be updated, so let's double check that. Yeah, it does need to be updated. Alright. Well, at least we did it when we did. We don't have to do it anywhere else. Although I'm using a script, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, scripts are really useful for shit like this, because if it's something that you need to use over and over again, and then you feel like you need to change it later, then you only have to change it once in the script rather than go through and find every time that you use that event group. So yeah. But yeah, we want to set the guests second, right? Because first is how many you've done already, and second is how many you need total. We'll set it to 0 on this one, and then copy event, paste event. So we should make a new variable called guests guests arriving. Can't spell. Arriving. Guests arriving. So that would be how many guests are coming that day. So we'll set that to be fuck. That's not what I wanted. Guests arriving. But we haven't set the guests arriving yet, so we'll do that too. Variable value. Guests arriving equals, I don't know, what's good for the first day? 5? Or maybe 3? You know what, maybe we shouldn't do that here. Might actually make more sense to do all of this in this scene. So we'll do group, rename it, init new day. Yes. And UI. So all this stuff is gonna go in there. So yeah. We need some conditionals here. If variable value. So if days alright, so we're gonna need another variable for that. Just to make it easier on us. Days total. Wait. Current day. There we go. So if current day equals 1, and we'll set it to 1 here. Variable value current day equals 1. So if current day equals 1, days 1s equals 1, days 10s equals 0. Guess second ones this is supposed to be 10s. Guess second 10s. So this way we can do it for each, we can put the game logic for each day in here. So we'll just copy that, paste it. So if it's day 2, we'll change this to day 2, and then guest arriving can be 5, and that does it for that. Copy event, paste event. Day 3, change this to 3, and guests arriving will be what, 8 maybe? Copy paste. Day 4, change that to 4, guests arriving, maybe 12. So this one will be 1, and this one, we'll just manually change it to a number that is 2. Wait, R&D, wait, what is this? Number 2. Copy events. Current day, day 5. We'll do 15. Alright, so we've got the first 5 days. And this should happen before the button script, so that way it happens right away, because it affects how we see the screen. And then thinking about the best way to do this here. Trim, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Hey, that was awesome art you post, or that you shared on Breezy V's stream last night. That was really, really fantastic work. Nah, blush. No, it was really good. Everyone's so talented. I mean, not everyone, but like a lot of people are really talented in the Twitch art community. Yeah, my drawing skills have diminished a little bit, I'll admit. I used to spend a lot of time drawing and painting and selling paintings and you know, digital painting, and like I was never really an illustrator. Like I had friends that were illustrators. I was never like out to be an illustrator, but I definitely enjoyed painting and drawing. Like I did a lot of figurative stuff in college, a lot of life drawing and stuff like that, and always had fun doing it. But ever since I got into game dev stuff, I did a lot less of that. I did more 3D modeling, 3D animation, and then I got into pixel art and a lot of like 2D game art stuff. So like trying to make an illustration is actually pretty challenging for me these days. But I still love doing it. I just end up doodling more than anything. Lots of doodles. But recently I've actually been teaching myself and learning how to draw anime, which is really challenging for me. Probably part of the reason why I never tried to do it. Like for a couple reasons, I think. Like when I was young, anime wasn't really popular, so that's one. Like there was anime like Dragon Ball Z and like even like I remember watching Speed Racer when I was like 4 years old, you know. I mean, anime did exist. But yeah, by the time I was like drawing a lot, I was doing a lot of Disney. I wanted to work for Disney. That was like my thing. And I'm kind of glad that I never went that route, because I hear it's not that great of like a working environment. Very stressful and competitive, and yeah, I guess it depends on the project and the team and all that stuff. But yeah, in college I remember there was someone that was really into anime, and they were like the only person trying to draw anime in like the entire art school, and they weren't very good at it, and they submitted to the student gallery show with some paintings that were like, I don't know, not what anyone was expecting, and a lot of people made fun of this person, which was really kind of sad. But at the same time I could kind of understand, because everyone's doing these really great figurative artists and illustrations, and it was like beginner anime type stuff, and I don't know, it was like anime mixed with like hieroglyphs almost, where it's like kind of like squished to the wall kind of thing. I don't know, it wasn't what people wanted to see, so they were kind of mean about it, and that sucked for that person. Sharing stuff in real life is like gambling sometimes. It is. And like this particular school is like really expensive, with like a lot of like rich kids that went there, and like a lot of like really good artists came from that school. Like famous artists have come from that school and worked there, and even in my class artists became famous for their art and stuff. So like I didn't feel like my stuff was good enough to post in that particular student gallery, or to share or to submit or whatever, right? Because it was like physical space. And I had one friend who was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna post or submit a self-portrait I did, and his was really good, but like again, it was just like one really good piece with a whole bunch of other really good pieces. But yeah, That's one thing that actually art school was really good for, was kind of like getting you used to critique and stuff like that. But in that particular case, I feel like the backlash was kind of venomous and very high school, you know, very cliquey, kind of like, I don't know, let's try to make this kid feel like they don't deserve to be here kind of thing. And it's like, not my vibe. But yeah, at the same time, I didn't feel like my stuff was good enough to submit. And I think a lot of students did, so that's probably why they were like, why did this person submit when like our stuff is better than that, but we didn't feel like we were good enough to submit? Like what makes them think that they're good enough to submit, kind of thing. But yeah, as far as the classes go, it was a lot more chill. Like, yeah, they would tell you that like, hey, this looks not good and you should like work on this and like try to fix it this way, you know, constructive criticism, so kids could learn. And there was definitely some people who didn't make it through freshman year because all of their critiques went poorly and they didn't, you know, change. They didn't pick up on any new skills excuse me, based on the critiques. Excuse me. But yeah, like, I got a lot better. I was terrible at drawing people when I got in there. By the time I got out, I could draw people like very lifelike with like, you know, the likeness and stuff was spot on, you know. And I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing to learn, like how to draw people figuratively. Like, seemed like a good thing to learn at the time. I'm sure it helped a lot for me, but I never got a job drawing figurative people, you know. Every job I've ever had was like, stylize this, or like, you know, copy this, or you know, we want to see what's going on in your brain kind of art, you know, like abstract or surreal. Needless to say, after college, with like all that figurative art, I got really into abstract and surreal, and kind of went down that road. Pixel Yana with the raid, welcome in everybody. Ayas, sub to Yana. Shrimp, Edit, Rodrigo, thank you so much for the raid, Yana. I was lurking. I saw you were working on buildings.
My name is Eon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me?
Thanks for the redeem. Appreciate that. Yeah, I saw you were working on like cyberpunk buildings. Very cool, very cool. I can't help but work on buildings. It looked great. Nice work. Did you want to share it in chat by chance? If you want to, you're more than welcome. Of course, if you had a long stream, if you're ready for bed, you can always dip out, raid and run. That's totally cool. But I very much appreciate the raid. And of course, if you want to hang out, everyone's welcome as well. Yana Pixel Architect. There it is. Dude, buildings are so fun. Architecture is some of the coolest shit. I'm a lurk and shower, BRB. Yep, enjoy your lurk, Ayas, and enjoy your shower. I had a toasty channel point when I streamed years ago. It's the mark of a true gentleman and scholar. Yeah, I like the toasty one too. I set it up so it does like 3 different images. Thank you, Rick. Of course, architecture is so hard. I love architecture. I mean, it can be hard, but like for me, like anime and stuff is really hard, where architecture kind of comes easy for me. But yeah, I guess it's like just what you practice. I've been drawing buildings for a long time. I saw Toasty for years, but I even for years before I even knew about Noob Saibot. Right on, right on. Yeah, I was really into codes and sheets and stuff back in the day. So Noob Saibot, or Saibot, however you pronounce it, was one of the first like Mortal Kombat 2 characters that I was able to unlock, because I think it was like you just need to play like 99 versus matches in a row, and just like you have to win 99 in a row, I think is what it was, and then you have to beat Noob Saibot, which was the hardest part. But yeah, we always pronounce it Noob Saibot, but I think it's Noob Saibot. But yeah, I always thought Mortal Kombat was super cool. When I was choosing art schools, I swear to God, one of the factors of like me choosing to go to the school that I was touring was that they had this big Mortal Kombat, I think it was a theater display that they had, which is kind of funny. But I was like, what's up with the Mortal Kombat thing? And they're like, oh yeah, one of the creators from Mortal Kombat went to our school. I was like, whoa, really? And I want to say it was John Tobias. It could have been Ed Boon, but I think it was John Tobias that went to my school. I always get them confused. But yeah, one of the Mortal Kombat creators went to the art school I went to. But also, when I was there, I saw this really cool Disney piece on the wall, and I was like, wow, one of the people who ended up working for Disney went to this school also. But what I didn't realize was that particular person who did end up working for Disney for a bit worked for Konami and did box art for Konami for like Simon's Quest, I think, for Castlevania 3, Castlevania 4, Super Gradius, or Gradius, however you pronounce it, Bayou Billy, Blades of Steel, a lot of like really well-known, very nostalgic box art. His name was similar to John Tobias. It was oh man, now I'm having trouble. Tom DuBois. Yeah. My heroes are artists from Sierra and Lucas. You ever heard of Bitmap Brooks? I think it's Bitmap Brooks, right? Yeah. Or is it Bitmap Books? Is it Bitmap Books or Bitmap? I'm confused. No, Bitmap Books, the company. Oh, okay. I feel like I have. Isn't that artist from Sierra and Lucas like putting books together, or is that a book company that took artists bitmaps and put them together? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, feel free to post the link. Absolutely. Give me a second to pull it up here. Expensive but justifiably so. Yeah. Oh, expensive but I haven't bought a book in a while. Okay, yeah. I feel like I have seen this around, or like people posting about it. It's pretty cool, but at the same time, I feel like it would be better to have digital version where you can actually like zoom in and see all the, all the pixels. Of course, having a physical copy would be cool too. But yeah, thanks for sharing. Oh, and by the way, before people start dipping out, I just released opened up the Steam page for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. So if anyone is interested in checking out the game that I'm releasing next, Demon Fish Dead Ahead, the Steam page is up. There is a demo up as well where you can play it on Steam. The demo also comes with the ROM of the demo, which is really cool. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there since it just popped up today. I got my first wish list from Seagoat earlier. So yeah, definitely shooting for wish lists if anyone's interested in trying to help me out. Here's the Steam page for it. But yeah, it's a JRPG that's been kind of stripped down. So it's got no gold, no shops, no equipment or items, inventory, only 3 combat options, no party members, no classes, no magic or MP. Attack and defense skills are based on experience level. Heal at save points only. So yeah, but it's got 40 enemy types, 4 immense worlds, overworld map, 30 chip tunes for the soundtrack. So yeah, it's interesting. Here's some screenshots. Well, also we're listening to the music of it right now too. So it's a Game Boy Color game, but I made it work with Godot on Steam, so it's like an executable as well. And yeah, it started as a Game Jam game. It was like a 10-day Game Jam, but I was already. It's on your list of wishes. Well, thank you very much, Edit. I appreciate that. I was 3 days late for the Game Jam, so I only spent 7 days on the original version of it, and then I doubled the content, and then I doubled the content again. So it's like 4 times the size of the Game Jam version. Yeah, no dramas, mate. Yeah, I mean, part of the idea for that was like, I really like RPGs, but I hardly have time to play them. And whenever I buy one and sit down with it, I feel like the next time that I go and play it, you know, 6 months to a year later or something like that, or even just a month later, I forget where I'm at. And I feel like I'm lost, and it takes me fucking an hour just to fucking get back into it. And then I only have like 2 hours to play. So I spent an hour actually playing it and an hour just trying to figure out where I was and remember how to play. And so I wanted to make an RPG that was so simplified that you could just pick it up, play it, drop it, pick it up again like years later and still be able to just be like, oh yeah, I remember what I was doing. I remember how to do this. So simple. There's like, it's open world, but at the same time, like, there's a map to help you navigate, and it's all pretty much just grind and fight fish and level up. I wanted to make a game that was grindy in a fun way, and I feel like I accomplished it. There is strategy to it, but it's simplified strategy. There's only like 3 combat options, but on purpose, you know. I didn't want to overwhelm players or have to like manage inventories or like figure out which equipment does what, or like have to worry about like different elementals affecting different enemies, like what is this enemy weak against, what is this enemy strong against. I didn't want players to have to read a book to try to figure out how to min-max the game. You can very much min-max the game just by playing it. You can just kind of realize how things work and make adjustments to your strategy based on that. So yeah. But anyways, right now I'm working on a game for VJam, which I'm working on with Taco Crepe, who did this fantastic art, and Ias, who's working on art as well. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. There's only a few days left of the jam, so I'm trying to get the mechanics pinned down for the game. So I've got some placeholder art in to help me kind of stitch things together in a way that makes sense. And right now, I'm kind of thinking about the best way to do this. So this is the start menu, and it sends you to this. And on the first day, it just says day 1, and then it also knows how many guests to give you based on which day it is. So yeah, guests arriving, right, is gonna kick you back into the new day, or increment the new day, and then kick you back into the new day once you've hit that number of guests. So I think we should probably increment a variable called current guest, right? Because we do have that here, but it's for the UI. So I'll make another variable here called cur guest. And so every time we call this script load NPC scene, we'll increment the current guest number. Is back. Wow, that was a quick shower. Although I kind of lose track of time when I'm streaming also. But welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Hope the shower was good. So I've got this NPC RNG, which gets called over and over again, right? So the one we actually want to change is this one. Load. Yeah. But so we'll increment a variable, which is going to be the current guest at the very start of this, because this script only gets called once, but right afterwards it might change the scene, so we have to increment it at the very start, and we'll write that in the notes here. I'm a lizard, it takes like 5 minutes. Right on. Yeah, I usually take about 15 to 20 minutes in the shower. Sometimes longer, depends. Sometimes I like put on music in the shower, you know, and spend a little. I have long hair, so washing long hair is you know. Sometimes I'll wash my face twice if I feel like it really needs it. Yeah. It's quite cool how specialized we all are. Yana is Architect Pro, you're Lo-Fi Pro, Taku is Reduced Palette Pro, Isa is just good at everything, yeah, or Isa. Isa is good at everything for sure. But yeah, I feel like we're all pretty good at a lot of things, you know? I don't think I'm specialized at all, to be honest. I mean, I do 3D stuff as well as Gameboy games. So, I mean, I do sound effects and I suck some things. I think it's safe to say that everyone kind of sucks at some things, right? For sure, I've only seen what I've seen. Yeah, but keep in mind I went to school for 3D modeling animation, so it's, you know, it's a thing that I've done in the past. Most of the work that I've gotten over the years has been 3D. You transcend departmental boundaries, dearest. I did game development at Unity, but dipped into design and physics. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about physics except for game physics. That's about it. You didn't do any uni at all? Need to pop off, friends. Have a good day, night. We'll leave this lurking. Well, I appreciate the lurk edit. Thank you for dropping in with the raid, and yeah, hope you have a wonderful one. Day or night, whatever it is there. I imagine if you're in Australia, it's probably day. Yeah. I says, yeah, I mean, mechanics mostly. Sorry, most of my game dev knowledge is rendering. LOL. I did everything from SDL up back then. I'm not sure what SDL is. Later's edit. Learned some story stuff and narrative design stuff, but no art, no code. Yeah, I mean, I went to art school, and back in my day, people didn't really go to school for games. It wasn't really an option. There were like 3 or 4 schools in the entire country that taught game design, and they were all very expensive, and I didn't even know they existed when I went to college. But I saw 3D modeling and animation, and I was like, that's what they do to make games, and I want to make games. And also I'm like into art, and art school sounds like something I could do. I didn't know anything about coding back then, so you know. SDL is just a layer that goes over OpenGL direct hardware access code. Okay, so graphics programming is how we had to do everything. Right on. Yeah, I've messed around with OpenGL a little bit and like writing shader stuff, right? But I didn't get very far with it. I can write you a movie script. That's what I mostly did in college. Right on. Yeah, I did a little bit of creative writing, but I don't know. I don't do it anymore. I wish that I did. I have like ideas and I'll like outline stuff, but I never actually finish anything. I don't spend nearly as much time as I'd like to writing. I do read quite a bit, but I mean audiobooks mostly these days. I would really like to get into like short stories and obviously, you know, narrative design for games and stuff like that. But outside of narrative design for my own games, I haven't really done a whole lot. And also my own games usually minimize the narrative aspects of the games. I'm not big on narrative games myself, so I don't expect my players to be. A lot of what I do has been like retro influenced, and there just wasn't a whole lot of narrative for various reasons back in the day. So yeah. It's not my strong suit, not something that I strive to achieve. But yeah, I would like to do it eventually. I'd like to write more. I feel like writing a cartoon would be more up my alley. I don't have my degree. Oof. Quit before exams. I have the undergrad thing though. So yeah, I have a bachelor's degree, which is an undergraduate degree. But yeah, graduate degree is a master's degree here, which is like 6 years of college and pretty expensive. I think some people do story wrong. I think people think story is only dialogue, but good story is baked in everything. Right, they call it narrative design, and then dialogue writing is like part of narrative design, but narrative design encompasses world building and character building and you know, the whole game. If it's a narrative based game, will have narrative design baked into it, like you say. I agree. All right, I did 4. Yeah. Yeah, so that's like a bachelor's degree, but yeah, also we call it an undergrad. But yeah, it's weird because when I was in school, again, back in my day, it was pretty normal to only spend 4 years in school. There was a few rich kids that would get their master's degree, and then a few people that would get their, you know, doctors or whatever, doctorate if they were like their PhD, if they were like really rich and really into something that required it, right? Or they just had a lot of student loans. That happened too, but unfortunately a lot of the people who got PhDs on student loans are still paying them off and not actually paying them off, just accruing interest, and now owes 3 or 4 times what it was, and it was already expensive to begin with. So it's, yeah, it could be shitty. Associates 2, bachelor's 4, master's 6, doctors is 8. I think bachelor's is still the norm for most. So I mean, it depends, right? Different schools do it differently. There's definitely schools that are like, get your bachelor's degree in 3 years, you know, but generally speaking, that's correct. Sorry, you did 3 and quit at 4. I think I have a diploma. Yeah, they might do it differently where you're at. I think bachelor's is still the norm for most. So recently, master's has becoming a lot more popular for young students, or for students, and not young students, but students, right? Because everyone has a bachelor's and you want to get a job, so you put yourself on top of the group, and now almost everyone's getting a master's, so it's like it just raises the stakes and the cost of things, and the price of everything has gone up quite a bit since I was in college. So I don't know, the only people who are really winning on this game is like the universities, right? And I don't know, some of the for-profit schools are clearly gaining, but like the for-profit school that I went to was the art school, right? The tuition was so expensive that they ended up closing the school down because they just didn't have enough students paying for it. Right, yeah, so I got my associates and then quit January bachelor's year. Seagull says, I just graduated, was just in college 1 year ago. Bachelor's, from my point of view, was still the norm. I mean, it's going to depend on a lot of things, right? Depends on the area of expertise, you know, or what you're learning, what area you're in as far as location. Like, it's going to depend on a lot of different things. But I definitely noticed a lot more masters in the last, like, 10 years compared to 20 years ago, if that makes sense. It says, and the government tax depending. There's an ad, so we'll take a little break there. I don't know if Shrimp is caught in the ad. But yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be RB. Alright, we should be about coming back from the ads now. Thanks for chilling out while I took a little break there. What did I miss in chat? So, I'm not sure if Shrimp is back from the ads yet, but Shrimp said college is like where you study to get used to social and everything else. Seago says, I think masters is more common in engineering and tech. Yeah, and medical. Yeah, it really depends on the area. I don't know anyone with masters in English unless they teach. Yeah, I don't know anyone with an English degree as far as I know, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like a lot of English degrees probably go in for teaching. Or go into teaching. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people in general just go into teaching. Or like linguistics major, speech therapy research, rare though, yeah. How many people major in linguistics majors? Even the people I knew who were wanting just did English. Quite a few in my experience. Oh yeah, medical and legal. People in 1930 really liked linguistics. You know one person with English degree, Rick, me. You have an English degree? Cool. I didn't know that. So I think I know one other person, but they're more of an acquaintance now. But I remember talking to them, and they lived in China for a long time teaching English. So I feel like that's a pretty common thing to do, if you're like an English major, to like move overseas and teach English in other nations. I think that would be a cool thing to do, but yeah, also it would kind of throw you out of the loop a lot too, right? And then if you like come back, you'd be like behind on things. Your career would be in a different spot. You know, you can say like, yeah, I worked and did this over there, but like that doesn't help a lot over here, right? I don't know. It's one of those things. If you want to get a job writing for movie and TV, that's why you majored in. I just said that 30 seconds ago. Sorry. I didn't pick up on it earlier. Yeah, you didn't explicitly say that you had an English degree. You were just talking about English degrees and about college. So I didn't put two and two together. Or work as an editor. Are you falling asleep, Ayas? I'm sorry. Falling asleep again. Well, if you need to sleep, you need to sleep. I get it. I don't mean to be boring. I'm not doing a whole lot at the moment here. Sleep debt for the week. I woke up at midnight, LMAO. Yeah, my sleep does some weird stuff too. I think I woke up at like 3 or 4 today, PM. You're not boring, I'm exhausted. I'm boring, I know it. To be honest, the square base makes me tired. Okay, getting back to crying my way through scope creep. Oh yeah. Well, I hope it goes alright. All the cutting of the scope creep. I could throw something else on if you're interested, Ayas. I don't know what else I got. Could throw on my SoundCloud. You interested in hearing that? Don't change stuff for me. You sure? I got it open. It's fine, I'll fall asleep regardless. I'm gonna put it on anyways. Kinda wish you could just like make a playlist on the fly here. Oh, you can. Oh wait, it actually fixed it when I went by popularity. That's what we want. Alright. Don't know how loud this is. Probably too loud. No, that's not too loud. So this is... Richard has the aux cord, which is my... one of my pseudonyms in making music. This was years ago, 7 years ago. But yeah, I was working at a frame shop, and I was playing music, and the owner of the company walked in and like gave the manager a weird look, and the manager was like, "Richard has the aux cord." Because that's what he called me, Richard. And apparently the music was enough to trigger that type of response. So I thought it was comical. Richard has the aux cord. He used to play stuff to make customers leave in retail. So we weren't really a retail-based framing studio. We did a little bit of retail work, but they couldn't hear the music where I was at. I was in the back always. I was never in front with customers at that company. With the other company that I was at, that one was different. I had to deal with the customers. That was a pain in the ass. I had to like wear collared shirts and stuff like that, and deal with customers not knowing how they want to frame their photographs or all that stuff, and then I'd have to frame it afterwards. But at the last framing company I was at, we were just strictly in the back. Every once in a while we'd have to deal with like a customer's piece or something like that, but mostly it was like fucking streamlined, like assembly line type stuff, where we're just making hundreds of these autographed sports memorabilia, usually sports and movie memorabilia. You know, like the voice of Darth Vader signed on a lightsaber battle poster, and then, you know, we put like a plaque on it and like put a mat board on it, put it in some plexiglass and like a polystyrene frame, and just like pump out 25 of those. And then yeah, just like, you know, sometimes it was only like 10 to 20, 15 of something, but then other times it was like, we need 300 of these and 300 of those, and like every day we do over 1,000 pieces. So pretty crazy. 4 p.m. I'd start blasting angsty crap. Yeah, I'm better customer facing, but I need breaks. I did a retail job at a place called Spencer Gifts here. I don't know if they have those in the UK, but it's like, it's weird. They sell like lava lamps and black lights and like fake dog shit and like novelty items and band shirts and piercing jewelry and dildos and like, yeah, that's about it. Like weird stuff, like novelty items. You have those kind of stores, yeah. So Spencer's is pretty big in the US. It's a franchise, and it's like all over the country. Pretty much every mall has a Spencer's Gifts, and yeah, the job was pretty much making sure people didn't steal the dildos, because they didn't have cameras there on purpose, because they wanted people to go in there and shoplift. It's such a weird business model. They didn't want them to steal the dildos, but they wanted them to come in to shoplift, because even if there's some shoplifting going on, there's going to be some purchasing going on, and you can bust the people that shoplift, right? And so my manager was so good. She was younger than me, and she had been working there for years at that point. She had someone getting arrested every single day that I came in for shoplifting. and I was terrible about it. Like I didn't catch a single shoplifter, and almost every day that I had worked, at the end of the day cleaning up, I would find some packaging or something on the floor that wasn't there before, that someone had opened and like slipped into their pocket. Usually saw Wiccan stuff too. Yeah, I mean they do have some like symbol stuff, but nothing like, no crystals or anything like that. To go to, they have like real Wiccan stores in the US, but they're like very ma and pa, like gem store kind of thing, and like if you know where to look, you'll realize that they're Wiccan, and that they probably have like a flyer somewhere where you can like join their you know, thing that they do outside of work or whatever, or like seminars or whatever. But yeah, I never got into Wicca as far as like the what do they call it, like the camaraderie of it, like the group religion stuff. I've always appreciated like Wiccan philosophy and you know, witchcraft books and occult books and stuff like that, and I always appreciated crystals. I used to go to those stores to buy like semi-precious gems to wrap in wire to make jewelry. And you know, they got incense, they got the hippie stuff, they got the crystals, right? Sometimes you can't tell if it's a hippie owner or like a Wiccan owner, or sometimes it's both, but yeah. We were right by the mall exit, so I would just run ahead of them to security. I didn't care about retrieving anything, I just like confrontation. I'm only into it as far as the rituals bring me comfort when I'm losing my shit. Just doing things slowly and staying present, basically just the meditative elements of it. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the rituals, but I never actually performed any Wiccan rituals. So when I was in college, I found this book, and I wish I knew the title because I gave it away and I would totally buy it again. But it was like a beginner's guide to witchcraft, I think is what it was called. And it was pretty old, and I read it, you know, cover to cover, and didn't perform any of the rituals, but it was very much a like tutorial step-by-step guide of how to do these rituals. But what I did gain from it was the idea of learning how to make my own rituals, right? And learning how to use the, like, because it's essentially like a biohack thing, like you know, hack your brain. And you know, they use certain symbols and colors because it's easy to pass down that information, but you don't have to use those symbols and colors to do the same thing, right? The trick is, if you believe it, then it becomes a reality in your, you know, perception, right? It's all about changing your perception on things, and allowing your perception to like manifest a reality kind of thing, right? It's like on both sides, right? I do read tarot though. I will be doing that on stream too. Oh, cool. I don't think I've ever seen someone do that on stream. I like tarot cards, but I never use them. I just like the art and like the philosophy behind it and stuff like that. I've read that Modern Guide or something like that. This wasn't modern. This was pretty old. I found it at like this old bookstore in Chicago. I read it in the bath while I had flu in one sitting. Exactly. It's psychological convention conveyed through symbols. Fully agree. Don't often come across people who agree on this. Oh, an older one. Okay. Yeah. It was from the 60s, I want to say. It was very faded, smelled funny. The acid had eaten away at the paper kind of to make it yellow. I mean, it could have been the 70s, but I want to say it was 60s. It wasn't like an amazing book or anything like that. It was very much just a beginner's guide. Faded and smells funny equals me. But yeah, I felt like that book kind of found me in a way, right? Because I was out in a bookstore on like, what is it? I can't remember the name of the crossroads. In a popular shopping area of Chicago, on the north side, and like Clark Street or something like that. And you know, I wasn't really seeing anything that was speaking to me, and then I found out, I was like, I'm gonna get this, and it was only like $5 or $6 or something like that, because it was old, and the paperback. And so I was like, yeah, you know, I'll fucking check this out. And I read it on the train, and yeah, I liked it. I gave it to one of my exes who was like starting to get into that stuff. I think she appreciated it, but I don't really know.
Game over.
Game over. I know what you mean. I am a fellow sign seeker. Yeah, I don't really seek out signs, but I notice them. Sometimes it feels like I'm on track when I like recognize synchronicities. I feel like I'm on track. And then if like a long period goes where I don't recognize synchronicities, I start to wonder, like, am I off track? So instead of calling this script, or I guess we could do it. Yeah, I guess we could do it in this script, right? Increment guess by 1. But before that, we'll do if variable value, if current guest equals variable guests arriving, then we want to change the scene to new day. So, but first we'll increment the day. And then we'll change the scene to new day. And I feel like that should work. I don't know, let's test it and see what happens. I'm actually going to get my tarot cards read again tomorrow, lol. I noticed my numbers a lot. Got a few key numbers I look for. It's just comfort and familiarity. I never got into the numbers stuff. I'll do it now, LMAO. The girl I go to is crazy accurate, like scary. I've always been fascinated by divination, but I've never believed in it. So it doesn't seem to be incrementing. Oh, it did, it worked. But strangely, it didn't do that. Why was there only 2 that time? Oh, because it's not resetting the number. Okay. So a couple things here. Variable value. Current guest equals 0. every time we go back to this scene. Nice. Yana keeps giving me legit predictions with her redeem. Oh yeah, what's her redeem like? I don't know anything about her redeem. Believing in it makes everything easier for me. I didn't realize I was simple-minded enough to need a faith, but it is what it is. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone needs beliefs. Whether or not that is a faith or not is kind of arguable, but I think you need to believe in something. You know, it's like when I was going to 12-step meetings back when I was younger, like in the fine print, they didn't care if you believed in God or not, but you needed to believe in a higher power. Granted, a lot of them would talk about God, especially AA. They would talk about God like it was a prerequisite. You had to believe in God to be part of it. But in NA, they were very clear that you didn't need to be a religious person. You just needed to believe in a higher power. And I feel that's pretty accurate. Like, I believe in the universe. I believe in the energies of the universe and like all that shit. You know, I don't think that there's like a human-like being that's like more human than human up there, like controlling things, pulling strings and whispering in people's ears and shit. Like, I don't believe in that, right? But I do think that there's energy that guides us. Whether it guides us right or wrong, or if there is a right or wrong, is like completely up to the individual and their perspective. But I do think the energies in the universe guide us. It's just a fortune dispenser. Oh, okay. So like a bunch of fortunes from fortune cookies that are random. Kind of like my joke dispenser, but instead it's a fortune. But they're always accurate to the day. She predicted when I'd get affiliate to the day, confirmed what I knew about what I needed to do next like 6 times. So that sounds interesting. So is it number based or is it word based? I mean, I'm just confused. I'm the same. I believe in it as a system, but I don't think it necessarily has an architect. Exactly, yeah. Oh, these ones don't have a thing, that's why. So now that we have the numbers, I can just replace this with this scene. Eventually we'll have to put more models in, but for now we'll just use this one. You like this music? By the way, I'm awake and adding redeems now. I'm such lizard brain. So yeah, this is the last song of the ones that I uploaded to SoundCloud. There is one, or there's 2 more that never got uploaded to SoundCloud, but I don't think I have them on this computer. I think they're on my other computer. No, literally just fortune cookies, but one of them was like, Tuesday will be the day for you, and I got affiliate. Oh, okay, so like really vague things that you could kind of like give your own meaning to. I like this music. Oh, I read that. Yeah. I'm a fan of how this project turned out, but it really didn't get any plays or attention. Like, I didn't advertise it a whole lot. The people who I did show it to tend to like it, but it didn't like take off or anything. I wasn't really expecting it to. I just like making music. It's funny. I edited, or I mixed this and mastered it in my car, like using my car stereo. So because I didn't have good headphones yet, but I was like aware that I needed good headphones. I just couldn't afford them. So I would mix it to a degree, you know, the treble I could do, but I couldn't do the sub bass because I just didn't have subs, right? And then I would just put it in my car and drive to work and back, and then I'd take mental notes, go back to my computer and edit it based on those mental notes, change the mix, go back the next day and change it again, do the same thing every day for all of these songs, every single song on this album. That's how I did it. Very vague, some of them, but others were specific to my relationship issues at the time before Yana even knew. It's good, Rick, you should rebundle it. Would you be willing to license them? Well, technically that would be very difficult for me because, so music is really expensive to license, like yourself, like to make it like legally licensed or whatever. So it would be a big pain in the ass for me to actually produce it legitimately. So technically, if anyone could steal it right now, and there's nothing I could do about it. But I meant more so, would you be willing to lease them to me to use in a game? I don't know. I guess it would depend on how they're being used and what the game is like. But this is the last song on this one. It's about to end. So now I'm gonna go to my other SoundCloud account. So this is less synthwave, more just kind of like, I don't know, experimental with like a hip hop beat kind of thing. For example, I have Rodrigo queued up to work on tracks for my game, but he's doing my boss battles. Like I'd be down to make custom music for a game, like if there was like payment involved. But yeah, it would really depend on the game as far as like if I'd want to work on it or if I'd want my music to be used that way. I'm really not trying to make it as a musical artist, like that's not my goal. I love making music, but like I've given up on the idea that it's going to like put me on the map or anything like that. Of course, I won't strike till my cash is flowing. It's a sci-fi Metroidvania with a lot of alien grotesqueness. Well, that's right up my alley. Yeah, this track is from 8 years ago, but it's actually a remix of a track that I made 11 years ago. Thought so. I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Well, yeah, you never know. I mean, people can be weird, you know. This song, I liked making it, but now I don't really like listening to it anymore. Seagoat's got beef. So I never told it to tile swap those. So let's do that. So tile, replace position. Oh, you know what? All of our other numbers have 2 tiles. Alright, let's change this. Oh.
I live to see you eat that contract. But I hope you leave enough room for my fist because I'm going to ram it into your stomach and break your goddamn spine!
Ah! I fucking love that redeem. People can be weird, you know. People can be weird. There's nothing wrong with that. You remind. I need to write a song. You reminded. Yeah. Yeah. Audio is one of those things people enjoy. People tend to like audio.
Hit it with the rock!
That's a good one too. Ooh. So this is from that same EP 8 years ago. I actually spent like 2 years fucking mixing and mastering it. Like I sat on that one for a while. It was only like 4 songs. Like I even went to a friend and was like, "Can you help me master this?" Because I didn't have good headphones. And he gave me back something, but I didn't like it. I didn't like the mix he put on it. Like
Hey, listen!
So I was gaming and missed a lot. No worries. Well, damn. Nothing to listen to. I just like it. Oh, yeah, no, you're fine. Oh, I forgot the color. That's being weird. I don't know why that S is so far away, and this one is too. Sure, Taco can come up with better font for this. So yeah, I don't know whose vocals this is. I didn't write down whose name it was when I downloaded it. But I had found some, like, you know, like site where people post samples for like people to use. And I just kind of like really warped what they were doing. Might go live for an hour, right on. In fact, yeah, I will need to get Mass Effect 1 out of the way ASAP. Right on. I'm gonna do the avatars for you and Taco tonight. Okay, okay. And then I'll just send them as I complete them after that. Right on. Yeah, I'm wondering how many total we're gonna have, like between the real ones and the fake ones, like how many total we're gonna have, because that's gonna make it a lot easier to set up the mechanics for. I still think a dozen is acceptable for the jam. A dozen total? I don't think that's nearly enough. I don't think that's anywhere close to being enough. Oh, then the alternates, yes, so 24. Okay. Well, that would be more acceptable for sure. But yeah, I feel like the more the better, but yeah, 24 is probably a good number. Considering we gotta make we gotta link all the scenes for each of them and stuff like that. I think they have 24 or so main NPCs and then a bunch of generics. Right on. Yeah, so I don't know how Papers, Please works, but I figured that they were randomly generated, but maybe they're not. Because we won't be able to randomly generate we'll just randomly select one, so they'll be in a random order, but the longer you play the game, you'll be able to recognize who is a fake and who's not, which kind of takes away from the gameplay, right? So like having a whole bunch would make it impossible to remember who is what. But also, I don't think it should be super easy to figure out the difference. There should probably be only like 1 or 2 differences for each NPC. Or maybe like, you know, some of the earlier ones. We could even make difficulty levels. One that like is obviously an imposter. You know, we could make sure that on the first day, the random is only between, you know, 1 and 5, and the first 5 are easier, right? Whereas like on day 2 we could do random between you know, 1 and 10 or 1 and 20 or, you know, whatever, to kind of ease people in. But yeah, then again, like we would need more people, because or more NPCs, because then we would be like saying like these ones only happen on these days or whatever. So it really depends on what we plan to do. But yeah, enjoy your stream if you're going to be setting up for that. They pick from a pool, but some are pivotal and introduce systems and mechanics. Ah, I see, I see. So you can actually, in Papers, Please, you could actually start to remember and like know what someone is like right when you get there. or right when they pop up, you don't even have to check. You just recognize them and say, oh, you're that person that's like this, so I do this. Often their own storylines that can lead to different conditions. Okay, I'll make them very subtle then. I'll make the real ones and edit the second. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how difficult you want to make each one. You know what I mean? But the harder it is, the more repeatable the gameplay will be. But if it's too hard, people won't have fun. So yeah, there's got to be like a middle ground. Sounds good. I'll leave my phone lurking. Okay, right on. Yeah, there's reoccurring characters. Laters. All right, yeah. Enjoy your stream. Enjoy your game. So yeah, we'll use this for now. Although I really don't like the S's. But whatever. Also, the Y should be in the middle. Why is it like... Why is the Y like that? Oh, you know what else? Because we're using the numbers, we have to have these little edges. I'm just gonna throw that there. This could probably be done a lot better. And also, what the hell happened here? But yeah, for anyone who's still listening, this is me on turntables in 2015. You can actually see an image of my setup. If I can get it on screen. You can actually see an image of my setup. It's still my setup, except this recently just broke. The tone arm is made out of plastic and fucking broke. When I moved out here, unfortunately. I haven't bought a new one. But yeah, 3 CDJs and 1 vinyl deck with a 4-channel mixer. So it's a mix of things that I've sampled on the CDs, records that I'm either sampling from or made to be sampled, and yeah, lots of variety in here. Anyways, this will work for now. I'm not trying to make it like crazy or anything. All right. So what I'll do is I'll go to our show day and I'll make a group and we'll just drop these in, copy that, and then we'll go here and we'll paste them here. And then we need the coordinates to be correct. So 11.6 and 13.6. 11.6. I believe this is bottom, so this is 11.7. Then this would be what is it? 12, right? Wait, what? Oh, wrong one. 12.6. And 12.7. So I'll make I'll name this day UI tile swap. And then we'll go into guests and we'll do the same thing here. We actually only need the second ones. I'll just grab them all for now. But I guess I wanted to cut them. Or yeah, I guess I could just delete these. So we only want the second one, so these first ones we'll delete. Alright, and now we want to move them into the right position. So 9, 10 for the 10s. Up. And then 9, 11 for the bottom. And then for the ones, we want 10, 10, right? And then 10, 11. That should fix that. Alright, let's test this out. See what happens here. Well, I guess it would make sense to show you how much money you have too. Interestingly, it's changed the colors. I have no idea why. Also, this is wrong somehow. And that's wrong too, apparently. I don't understand. I don't understand. It was the right colors on these scenes. And that's wrong too. So there's some mistake going on here. So show day. 2-0. Oh, that's gotta be 1-0 and yeah. So 1-0 for that. That's right, because I moved the day stuff, and this is bottom, so it should be 1-1, and this one will be 2-0 and 2-1. That should fix that. Pretty sure I fixed this one though. Well, maybe not. This is 5, but it should be 7. Oh, because it does 10s first, and then, alright, so 10s first 10s is this one, so 4-0 and 4-1, and then second 10s is 7-0 and 7-1, first 1s is 5-0, 5-1, and then second 1s is 8-0 and 8-1. So those are correct. But it's not showing the right number. That happens here. I don't know. I'm also confused about why the colors were chosen that way. I have a feeling it's something to do about this first tile. I have a theory. If we start with this color in the corner, and then that color, right? I feel like if we just make a border of these colors, that might fix the color issue. I'm not really sure, but we're sciencing here. I have a feeling that it sets up what it thinks the color order should be based on the first tile rendered. And so if it does the first three, then it will assume that black is the last one. Alright, so let's try that. I guess we don't need to export it. We just need to copy and paste it. Oh, there's an ad. I was gonna make more tea. I'm gonna take a quick break and make some tea. Okay, I've returned with my tea. Let's see what this did. It did not fix it. But also, strangely enough, there is a variety of black going on here. Very strange to me. Like, why is that happening the way that it's happening? I don't understand it. Oh, wait. It's not on auto color. Wait, yeah, it is. What happens if we turn auto color off? So this was actually music that I was gonna use. Well, I used it for a game that I was making that I never finished. It was called Besetment, and it was a 2D. It actually looks kind of cool like this. And yeah, there's still two different things. Also, we never set the position on these. So yeah, for this one, I don't know. It might just be easier to go back to one tile per number. Or maybe try to get the palette from this. And just make it in GB Studio. But I don't think that's gonna fix the issue, unfortunately. I swear I copied it. Sometimes it does that, I don't know why. There we go. So yeah, palette 9. Rename it to Tacos Blue. Tacos Blue. And we'll just set the default to Tacos Blue, and then paint bucket that. And look at that, it's not even the right color. Not even the right color. That's so weird. Like if we zoom in, those two colors like it merged together. I don't know why that's happening. Really confused on why that's being like that. But yeah, the new version of GB Studio, they did make some changes to how automatic coloring works. You can now make it create palettes, which might help, I don't know. Anyways, let's test this. It says day 1, 0 out of 1 guests. I feel like it should say 1 out of 1 though. It still says 0 out of 1. Right, now day 2 and the guest says 1, which is really weird. Day 2 guest 1. It's incrementing the current guest though. If variable value, so if current guest is no, this isn't where we do this. Every time we increment the guest, that's where we want to do it. So where does that happen? Load NPC, current guest, increment day by 1. If current guest equals day arriving. So where do we increment guest? Here. All right, so now after we do that, we say if current guest, if variable value, current guest equals 10, then then we increment the guest to guest second tens. Yo, Rick, Taco Crib, what's going on? So I'm trying to work out the mechanics still for the game, as far as like making it work. I'm a little bit further. I did move some things around in the UI up here, so that way we could have 2 digits for guests. And I changed the way it says day so that everything fits up here. And it will fit on these ones as well. And then I tried to do something like this, but remember how we had that weird issue with the colors here? We're having an even weirder issue here. I'll hit play so you can see it. Also, everyone should check out Taco Crib stream if they haven't yet. And I think Ias is streaming right now, so I'm gonna pull that up on Lurk. Yeah, Ice is streaming right now. If anyone wants to check out that, Ice is playing. What is that game called? Mass Effect. Yo, I like how you organize the days. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of made it work. But take a look at this. This is crazy, right? So not only is it making it black instead of this color, but it's giving it a different black on the bottom. And my mind is blown on why it's doing that, considering it's just this. It's the exact same. I even put the same colors on the border to try to like make it do the same thing. But then when we go to this, they're back to that. Yeah, that is weird. So I'm thinking that the trick might be to just come up with a different like a one tile numbering system for that one, because yeah, it's a different thing, so we can do like a different thing altogether with it. But I'm having trouble making this increment for some reason. I'm not quite there yet. Also, it keeps putting it back in the center. It should be saving it. But it moved on to day 2. Now this is supposed to say 5. I don't know why it only says 1. But it does say day 2 up here. The numbers fit in a single 8x8 tile. I mean, they can, yeah. So we can technically do that. Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do it. But yeah, there's clearly issues because now it's saying 4 and 3. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to fuck with it. But it's doing it here too. It's coming up with new numbers for us. And it did increment the guests, which is strange because yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. New number created, yeah. So that one worked fine. Now it says 12. That's really weird. But this one's weird. We got another new number being created. It's like a 4, but it's also like a 6, and it's like a 4. But also this number is not incrementing either, which is weird. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. I got confused, and I told it to increment this number when this number is supposed to stay the same. That's the issue. So, where does that happen? I don't know where I do that. This one is supposed to be the first tens. Also, this is supposed to go up here. this sets the current guess back to 0. Also, I came to talk about file and ID. I assume a part of the game would be compared the two for inconsistencies. Say file has official documents such as booth number, serial number, username, and even physical appearances. Maybe ID has username and serial number, but imposters might bring a forged ID that has inconsistency to the file. Exactly, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then so things in the file, we could maybe ask them in the dialogue as well if they don't fit on the ID, right? But then the ID would also have their photograph, right? So if the photograph doesn't match, that would be an indicator, right? Yeah. And at one point I made like a prototype of that. Of course, this is all just, you know, whatever. So this was stuff I came up for that would be on file, and then there's another one. This would be the stuff that was on the ID, and the stuff that you came up with is good. So obviously we can go with that, but if you need more ideas for the on file stuff, this was just stuff that I had thought of. Like genre VTube style would be like if they're 3D, 2D, or PNG. The height, the hair color, the eye color, the name, those would all be things that are on the driver's license. And then we could have a picture on file and see if that matches them. But honestly, the driver's license matching, yeah, I guess we could have, like, because they would probably have the same image on their driver's license as their face, right? But then the file, the picture we have on file might be different. I don't really know. We could have one that's if they're attending or not, because maybe they don't RSVP, right? And they're like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to make it. And then one if they're signed in already. That one's a little bit confusing, because like if they're already here, then that would be like a reason to turn them away. But it's a little bit weird because, like, would you already see them once and let them in and have the same thing come through, right? But they've already signed in. You're like, hey, you're already signed in. So maybe that's not the best idea. Analyst was just kind of an idea. If they're on a stream team, like maybe they're like, you ask them like, what stream team are you on? And they're like, I'm on this stream team. But like it's an inconsistency, like I don't know if they're partnered or not. Simple yes and no stuff would be easiest, I feel like. Partnered affiliates also fun. I feel like partnered is probably better than affiliate, because then like welcome back Lot Lizard, hope you're having fun. Because like you could be partnered to Twitch or YouTube, right? And then if it's like partnered or affiliate, that's a little bit like, I don't know, everyone's a fucking affiliate, so like there's that. But also like if you're not partnered, then it could be a yes or no question. If it's just, are you partnered, yes or no, and yes or no would just be easier for everyone. But yeah, that's just my thinking on that, obviously. But yeah, these are just ideas. Obviously what you've got is really cool. I worry that it would be really hard to make these into numbers, but if you can do it, then that's cool. Also, it would be like another thing that we'd have to change on each one, but that's, I mean, if you're up for it, then that's cool too. Or I could help with that, obviously. Yeah, this I think I should probably change. Yep, I'll just grab the ideas you have here. Yeah, I don't think these are I think I saved them, but I didn't put them in chat or anything, so I'll just drop them into chat for you. Alright, I dropped those into the Discord. But yeah, feel free to use them or not. Like, use whatever works best for you. And if we can make it a yes or no, that would be easiest. Obviously, some of them can't be, but that's fine. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out why it's not doing what I'm expecting it to do. So it's setting the position, but this button is not saving the position. I see, okay. Could do that here also. I think I actually do it here somewhere, right? Or no, I think I just set it. Oh no, I do it on these ones. That's where I do it. Yeah, gather player position. That's what we want. Copy that, and then it needs to happen here. Or here. And honestly, these could have been prefabs to make this a little bit easier, but not that big of a deal. Thank you. I can convert the text right now to single tile ones. Right on. I should send it over a bit. Okay, cool. And I hope you're having a good day, Taco. I don't know if I said that, but yeah. Hope things are going good for you. Definitely appreciate the help on this jam. And your art looks fantastic. It's really going to sell this project. Not that we're gonna make any money, but it's gonna turn people's heads. Yeah, but just woke up actually, but I have your coffee and you're ready. Okay, cool. What time is it there? Just out of curiosity. It's 2:50 p.m. Oh yeah, I woke up at like 3 or 4 p.m. today, so I'm right there with you. Oh, so yeah, Ias and I were talking about how many total NPCs we'd have, including like ones that are legit and ones that aren't, right? And the number we came up with was 24. Would probably be a decent starting point, I think. What are your thoughts on the number of NPC variety, including both legit and non-legit? 24 sounds good. Okay. Because if we know the number, then I can start like dialing that in. Would that include fake ones? Yeah, the 24 would include fake ones. We could technically make a character with no fake counterpart and just have them be an imposter through inconsistent files alone. You mean with no legit counterpart? Because if they are fake themselves, then... But yeah, I see what you're saying. We could definitely have ones that don't have like an imposter, or that don't have a legit version. Ones that are, you know, unique but don't have a lookalike. Yeah, they look exactly like the real one. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that for sure. Yeah, like honestly, I feel like that would make the game more fun, right? Because if you can just tell just by looking at them that they are an imposter, then you don't have to look at any of the documents, right? But then again, yeah, like how can you tell if it's an imposter if you don't look at the documents, right? So I don't know. But yeah, both of those ideas are good. I think it's pretty open as far as that goes. Like there's no need to have exact, like this one's correct and this one's incorrect. Like when I first thought of the idea, I was just thinking of making each one different completely, but the idea of having imposters of actual VTubers is pretty cool. So I like both. I like it all. However it works, I think that's the goal. I got my ginger tea. So good. Ginger lemon with oat milk. I'm not sure why it's giving us the wrong number, it's just putting a 1 there, and I don't know why. But yeah, variable value, current guest, or no, guests first ones equals variable per guest. Does that fix it? But also I feel like we need a total guest number. Because this current guest need, oh yeah, because, yeah, I see what's going on here. We're gonna need another variable for guests, so that way we can keep track of how many have been there total if it goes past 10. And we might need to do that for days too when we get there. So total guests per day. Because we don't want the full amount of all the days, just the total on that day. Yeah. So increment total guests per day. Every time we increment the guests. And then new day. We'll copy this, paste it, and then total guests per day equals 0. I don't know, let's try this. Alright, so day 1, guest 2. I thought it was supposed to be 3. Why is it saying 2? But it does say 1 out of 2 now. Now it says 2 out of 2. And now it says whatever that number is out of 2. Supposed to be a 3, but it looks like I made a mistake there. So that's got to be happening in this one. But why is it happening? I don't know. I mean, I'm using a variable. So this is second, first ones. I don't know. I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Maybe there's something weird going on. Because the variable should be the same for both of them, right? Why would it be different for one and not the other? It's literally using the same variable. And if it's 3, then it should be like what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. It shouldn't be 4, it should be 3. It doesn't make sense to me why it would do that. Like there shouldn't be a 4. And it should be the same on top and on bottom. Also, all the other ones aren't having an issue. And it's not having an issue on the previous day, or on the previous NPC. Just, it doesn't make sense. Oh, well now we're getting the error. Oh, there's an extra S in there. Seago's got beef. Gulp. I smell Beth. The kind that goes in tacos. Smell beef. Now it says guess 1. Why is it saying 1? It just said 2. It's still making up that number. That's so weird that it's doing that. Now it says 0. It gets off by 1. Now the day one's doing it too. It's like it's incrementing it while it's writing it. That's all I could think of. Why it's doing that, I don't know. Send an updated file in Discord, convert the text at the top to be single tile only. Right on. No, I named my upgrades today. Didn't get to include the day for this one though. Can't wait to see what you come up with. Siege Light Champions sponsorship is one, and then, you know, knockoff raid Shadow Legends. I don't know what any of that means. Alright, so let's see what Taco's new update is. This one. Oh, you updated these ones to be one tile. See. I'm just a little confused. I mean, I guess that would help with this weird bug that I'm having. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll deal with that later, because yeah, I'm gonna have to make all types of adjustments to it to make it do the tile swapping thing again. That mean the button should be one tile? No, I was saying that on this one we should just use one tile, since the colors were off, right? Since it was doing something weird with the colors, like just make a whole new one of these for that. I mean, we could do it either way. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but like, you know, I was having trouble getting it to accurately display them here, and it also looks weird because the way the font is and stuff. But I don't know, this whole thing needs to be reworked anyways, because I just threw it together so we had something to tell you like what day it is and how many guests you have. I mean, I know it says it here, but like the reason for this is so that way we can program in all of this stuff before we load the first NPC, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, it's not working. But yeah, I'm gonna need it to actually look more like this, right? See what I've done here, where I've put like one pixel that's out of place, so that way it's a unique tile. Instead of actually doing the numbers, it worked better for me if it was like this, because I'm just gonna have to copy and paste this and put it over it, or or like make changes to make it work with the new size or whatever. I mean, you know, it's whatever, but yeah, this is this type of thing. And then I also made it for this one, and then I added, I swear I put that there, but it deleted itself on this layer is empty when it shouldn't be. I did it also over here. I don't know why sometimes that happens. I think I sometimes hit Control X when I don't mean to, or I'll be on the wrong layer and cut something that, or like hit Control Z maybe after I've done something because I'm on the wrong layer. I don't even know, but for whatever reason, this is like the third time today that something that I put on a layer has disappeared on me. Oh, I see. Yeah, if it's too much work, we can retain the old version for the days, guest, money, HUD, but I include a new version of the tiles in there to use for the days. Okay, I see what you're saying. Up here. Well, that definitely is useful for sure. I can grab that. And 160, 144. I was on the wrong layer. There we go. And then I'll move it over here because this one is 0 and this one's 9. And so it actually indexes, which is just a fancy word for counting the number of tiles, right? So in computers, everything starts at 0. So this tile is index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4, index 5. That's why I put the numbers in that exact position. So that way if I feed it a variable, I can just say like, use this variable as the index for the tile, and then it happens to be the right number. However, for some reason it's like incrementing as it's drawing, which is really weird. I'm not sure why that's happening. Where does it increment that number? This load NPCs is where it increments the number. Maybe this shouldn't be happening here. So I think that's what's happening, is it's calling a script and then running it. Where does that happen? If I hit this button, it calls this script load NPCs. So then it runs this, it starts this, and then at some point it changes to the NPC that it's got, but it hasn't finished incrementing. By the time that it loads the scene and runs the script. That's the only way that this could be happening. So I think maybe what needs to happen is there needs to be like a wait. Or just like 0.2 seconds after we increment. Is it because of the 2 tiles? I think it's because it's showing the UI in between increment, right? So when it does the first tile, the instruction to increment hasn't happened yet, and then when it does the second tile, it has happened. I think that's what's happening. I could be wrong, but that little wait should fix that, I think. Although it's really weird that it's showing 2 there. It should be showing 3. Right, so let's see if that bug happens. It doesn't seem to happen until 4, which is really weird. Or until 3. Oh, it's still happening. It's weird because every single one after that is off, and I have no idea why. But it's happening down there too, so that's really weird. It's almost like it's happening somewhere else. First of all, day 1 should have 3. Guests arriving should equal 3. And guest second ones should equal 3. Oh, look at this. This is supposed to be a variable, not that. I see what's going on. Guests second one equals guests arriving. Right. Yeah, okay, I found the issue. There's this weird MD. Oh, it's doing a random. It's randomly selecting from a variable, which doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, that must be the issue. I think I found it, Taco. It was a user error. Variable. I should just be copying this the same every time. And then this one's fixed. That's really weird. You know, I feel like I remember fixing that one and thinking that was the only problem. Alright, that, I think I fixed it. Heck yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Of course, the colors are still weird, but we can fix that later. But yeah, Taco, eventually, if you'd like to design something for this, it's basically a screen to start each level. And I was thinking it might be a good idea to tell the player how much money they have here too. Of course, it doesn't really matter. Also, I was thinking, and I haven't said this out loud yet, but it might be good to, after you hit the button, before you load the next NPC, load a scene that's kind of like this one, or maybe two different scenes. One that says, you did it, you did a good job, like nice work, and then another one that is like, that one was wrong, kind of thing, right? So that way you know instantly if you got it right or if you got it wrong. Lizard, thanks for the toasty. And then also we would increment the money if you got it right. If you didn't, you wouldn't get the money. And then at the end of the day, before this scene, there would be like, you needed this much money and you made it. or you needed this much money and you didn't make it kind of thing. I'll brainstorm a bit for that one. All right, yeah, cool. I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's broken from the start now. What the hell? I thought I fixed that. Did I miss something?
Where's my whiskey? I'm gonna get tore up.
I love that one. Okay, this one is supposed to be a dollar sign. I really don't know why it was like that, or maybe I don't know. Well, I'm trying it again. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on. And it's like that, yeah. Because for some reason 3 is broken. Why is... I don't understand why 3 is broken. 0, 1, 2, 3, that looks fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, that looks like a 3 too. Why is the top a 4 and the bottom a 3? It doesn't make any sense. Although I did copy and paste this stuff. But still, it doesn't make sense because they're the same damn variable. And this is happening before the incrementation. So it has nothing to do with incrementing in between. That was just a false guess. Yeah, I can send you that, Taco. I don't have to wait till after the stream. Got it right here. Trying to remember which one it is. So I did make an A-Sprite file, but it didn't save all of them. So I should give you which one is it? I think it's called full. Yeah, this one. Here you go, Taco. It's not the A-Sprite file, but you should be able to get the... Yeah, because it's, you know, merged down or whatever. But yeah, I should start renaming the file to track versions. Yeah, I've just been numbering them Well, it automatically numbers it when I download it because there's already the first one. And then if I edit it, I just write edit afterwards. Yep, that works cool, yeah. I have no idea why this is being weird. I'm going to add the references again. I have no idea why that would change anything. Yes. Second one. Copy. Paste. Paste. Oh shit, I did the wrong one. Guess second one. Oops, what did I just do? Nothing apparently. It's still like that. Fucking losing my mind. It's gaslighting me. It wasn't doing this before. Or maybe it was and we just never got that far. I don't understand how it could even be doing this because it's like a variable. I'm gonna close it and reopen it. I doubt that's gonna make a difference, but hey, you never know. It's acting really strange. When Unity's acting strange, that's what I do, and sometimes it fixes it. This isn't as buggy as Unity, but you never know. No change. But if you look really closely here, and I wish you could zoom into the VRAM, but you can't. But you can, it looks like you can, I don't know why you, that's weird that it has like a plus, but can't seem to do anything with it. Indie Maniac, welcome in. How you doing? How was your stream? Thanks for checking in. 91 times. That's a lot of check-ins. I appreciate it. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac if they haven't yet. Very cool streamer. The real face of VTuber. Real face of VTuber. Interesting. It's a VTuber game, and we're doing a VTuber game jam. That was a weak fart, Taco. 48 shame points. See, the number even says 3, but why is this 4? This is 3. That's 3. Why is it giving it a 4? Westlow, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Westlow also, by the way. Weslow's got a fantastic stream. And Westlow and his VTuber group is putting on this game jam. So very cool. Taco says, just woke up, haven't inhaled enough bad air to rip out a big one yet. I didn't know that's how it worked. Inhaling bad air, who would have thunk it? Yo! How's the game jamming going, Westlow? I just keep hitting bug after bug on this. Bugs that I don't even know how to fix. But it's all about learning. You gotta learn. Gotta learn somehow. That's what I always say. I feel like there's something stupid that I'm overlooking, but I don't see how. But the day was doing it too, and that's the really weird part. As soon as day got to 3, it started giving me this one instead of this one. It's weird that it works for 1 and 2 and 0, but as soon as it gets to 3, it's like, half of this is gonna be wrong. Bashing my skull on a concrete wall. That's how I feel too. Hey, nice 5 stream streak. I appreciate that, Westlow. Enjoy the points. After 8 hours of looking at tutorials, I finally caved and asked Seago for help yesterday, and it was literally I missed one toggle issue. Oh wow. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, I don't know much about Godot. It seems so convoluted compared to Unity. But there's definitely some unique little quirks about this engine. And it's so weird because I've done so much tile swapping before, and yet I've never encountered this issue. I'm using a variable for both the top and the bottom to decide which tile to grab from these tops and bottoms, and it's the same variable for the top and the bottom, but for some reason it's giving me a 3 on the bottom and a 4 on the top. Even though the number is 3 here, there's no 4s in this thing. And this one's doing it too. As soon as it gets to 4, it's doing it. It's fucking crazy. So many people have offered me help, and I'm like, no, I want to learn, but there comes a point where I want to uninstall, so I cave and ask. So, yeah, the thing is with learning is that it's impossible to just magically know. The information has to come from somewhere, right? So you either search and search and search the internet until you find what you're looking for, or you ask someone who knows, and you don't know until you know. That's just the way it is with this stuff. Yeah, I was digging through tutorials, just not finding what I needed. Yeah. A big part of learning anything really comes down to knowing what to search for, and that's really difficult in different engines when the terminology is different or they do something slightly different. It's a lot easier when it's all kind of the same. Like Unreal and Unity use a lot of the same kind of concepts with slightly different terminology, but they're both big enough engines where you can kind of be like, hey, how do I do this but in Unreal? And I feel like that might work for Godot as well, but if you don't have like a starting point of knowing how to do what it is you're looking to do, then it might be hard to find the terminology. And also Godot's terminology is like really backwards. Doesn't make any sense to me. A lot of Godot is like Greek to me. The more I look at it, I'm like, I don't understand what's going on here. But yeah, I'm pulling my hair out over this. I have no idea why it's giving me a 4 on top and a 3 on bottom. Ias with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Ias. How was Mass Effect? I was actually lurking. I hope you had a fun stream. Serene Generation. Ooh, that is such cool pixel art. Yeah, so Taco has been doing a lot of the art here for this game we're working on. And I've been trying to program it, but mostly I'm just making it break. But welcome in, Serene Generation. Appreciate you being here. Ias says still sucks, but it'll be fine once I get to Mass Effect 2. Yo, Ias and gang, welcome in. Wait, is Legendary Edition terrible? No, just meh. No, just 1 is terrible. Oh, me. ME1. Yeah, Mass Effect, ME, I got you. Mass Effect 2 is my favorite. OMG, yo, Rat Pack. Hey, Rat Pack, how's it going? Hey, Taco, my fellow green dude. Yeah, I haven't played any Mass Effect games. You guys are so good at it. I'm still starting out. I spent a full 21 hours on my art piece, though, so yay to ADHD commitments for once. Haha. It's going right on, right on. Yeah, Serene Generation. I've been doing pixel art for about 7 years or so, or at least taking it seriously for 7 years. But I went to art school back in like 2005. I started 2009. I graduated, and I definitely did a lot of digital art, a lot of high res digital art, 3D modeling, and animation, and some 2D animation. I've been doing 2D art for a long time, but yeah, pixel art. I never really took the rules seriously until about 6 or 7 years ago. 7 years ago. And that's when I started looking at tutorials. And honestly, I bring this up a lot, but there's a really great tutorial that I talk about all the time. And I'll drop the link in chat for anyone who's interested. But this, I owe all of my pixel art skills to this one person who actually worked on Celeste and a bunch of other games. I'm a lurk out. I'm a lurk too. Gotta work. All right. Yep. Thanks for that. And I'm gonna get all my document stuff packed. Be back after for a bit. All right. Yep. Take care, both of you. Enjoy your lurks. So yeah, if you're learning pixel art, this is fantastic. It even has a search filter thing, so you can search for the tags. But it's got like everything. There's so many. There's just like so many. So definitely, you know, take a look and just like glance through and see which ones you might be interested in, and then try to remember for when you're actually trying to draw something and be like, oh, I'm gonna draw vegetation. So like, you know, if you search for trees or nature or vegetation, it pops up. 9 slice interfaces, UI, top-down walk cycle, top-down tricks, top-down run cycle, top-down attack, top-down houses, and they're all animated, which is really cool. Really kind of unique tutorials, but over the years, other people have kind of taken this style, which is cool. It's a good style. But this was like the original of these square animated tutorials. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. Machines and weird tech reference sheet. Glitches. Lots of divisions for maintenance and screws too. Repeating patterns. Always repeat things. Machines love that. I'm currently on a game design course and want to try out this game maker before my project. For my actual game, I'm using Unity, but may change to Godot. For this trying it out project, would it be better to use visual code or actual code? Like my project I need to make next week, it's in Game Maker. However, I'm working on a actual game in Unity. Personally, I like code a lot more than visual programming, but visual programming is very similar in a lot of ways. Yeah. I would say if you're good with code, then do code, but if it's a real struggle for you, then you might have more fun doing the visual stuff. A lot of times with game dev, whatever is the most fun for you is the best answer, because if you're not having fun, it's really easy to get frustrated. If it's not fun, then you can quit and then never come back to it. So keep it fun, and if you're not having fun, try something else that is fun. And yeah, it's hard to like really stick with something, but sometimes it's better to switch than to stick with something that's not fun. I've been frustrated since about 3 p.m. Eastern time Monday this week. Oh geez. Okay, switch to phone so I can still listen. Alright, well, welcome back. I'm not bad with code. I got my level 2 and 3 in software dev in a year. I've just not touched GML yet. So I haven't messed with GML in a long time. I have a couple books on GML, and I am not a game maker dev. When I was first starting to learn, before I found Unity, I started messing around with Game Maker, and I didn't get very far. I had a prototype that some things worked on it and other things didn't, right? Like there was no health, but the enemies spawned and shot at you, and there was like a bunch of different weapons that I did, but the enemies didn't die, but you could shoot at them. I did the parallax scrolling and the player controller and a lot of that. But yeah, I was very slow with Game Maker. So when I found Unity and I was able to do something like make a prototype within a day, I was like, this is it. This is the one for me. Also, I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, so not being able to do 3D in a game engine is kind of not as cool for me. Or at least it wasn't at the time. Now that I'm more of a pixel artist, like I'm comfortable with doing 2D game engines like GB Studio. But yeah, I never went back into Game Maker. Is it more like Python or is it more like JavaScript to help me decide? I think it's more like JavaScript, but then again, I don't really know Python that well. I want to do a 3D with pixel texture game soon, Blockbench, etc. Yeah, I kind of want to do that too. As my Mech Battler project is styled like that. Like I really want to do 3D pixel textures with normal maps. I think that would be cool. Oh god, Python is so simple. I mean, they all are once you know the syntax, right? But yeah, I didn't spend a whole lot of time in Python. So yeah, learning Godot is like, why is this like that? And then there's also like these little things that are like unique to Godot that I just don't understand yet. But Unity, I'm like right at home in because I've been using it since 2013. So we talking Godot. We're talking game engines in general here. Because Godot GD script is more like Python, and I'm pretty sure Game Maker is a little bit more like JavaScript, and Unity is C#, and then Unreal is C++, but I've never actually touched C++ in Unreal. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but you can use blueprints in Unreal. I'm only thinking of Godot for my actual game, as they don't want to take my money. Yeah, well, Unity doesn't take your money either unless you make money. So, I mean, Unity's free until you make like $300,000 or something like that. But you need to make a lot of money with your Unity game before they take any money. It's kind of become a thing to hate on Unity because of the whole like debacle that happened a couple years ago. Yeah, but Godot never wants my money. Yeah, but you're not gonna make that much. I'm sorry, like it just doesn't happen. You have to be like super lucky. It's like winning the lottery. And if you do win the lottery, it's not gonna be that big of a deal when Unity takes a little bit of it. I hate on Unity because I find it bloated and unnavigable. Honestly, the navigation is a lot easier for me than Godot. It is a little bloated, but you can kind of not use all of it, right? So there's that, right? Because it's got the it's a lot like Godot, where it doesn't come with all of its features. If you want to use the features for Unity, you use the package manager. But it has become bloated. I will tell you that. The thing about Unity that a lot of people don't realize is that you can use older versions of it and they work fine still. They don't have all the newest features, but if you don't want all the newest features, it's a lot less bloated and it will run better. But yeah, I think there was some security flaw or something like that they wanted everyone to update, but I can't really remember. But there is a workaround for older versions for that particular security flaw. I don't hate Unity. That's what I've been using so far. It's just it takes so long to load my project because I don't have an amazing PC. So yeah, the older versions are going to be a lot better about that. But also something I learned with Unity is that like when it comes to compiling your code, a lot of that is going to rely on your code being, you know, not spaghetti code. Because when I first started, I wrote a lot of spaghetti code, and I was making a big game, and it was like I was referencing scripts like all over the place in like loops and shit like that. And like the architecture was just, I didn't understand good architecture at the time. I didn't. And at some point it was taking 30 minutes to compile, and I was like, well shit, this isn't gonna work for me. Like I need to figure out what's going on. And I did some research and I realized that it was taking so long because I was writing bad code. And as soon as I refactored my code and learned how to use C# events, things went way smoother after that. And Unreal, I refuse to touch that abomination. No game engine should be 100 gigs. Yeah, I mean, if you're having trouble running Unity, you're not going to be able to run Unreal or anything you can make with Unreal. It's just, it's too big. I think people have different needs and preferences. That's why so many are out there. If there was a perfect one, we'd all just use that. But they all have drawbacks and strengths. Yeah, that's very true, Seago. Like, you can do a lot with each of them if you know the ins and outs of that engine. You could do a lot with it. But yeah, there's always going to be drawbacks and strengths to each engine. OMG, learning to use event queues solves like 99% of problems early days. Yeah, I'm not sure what event queues are, but yeah, I believe you use Godot, right? So, but yeah, C# events are it's like delegates, right? The design pattern. There's that too. I really hate how the industry wants to only use Unreal, and now I'm sad to head Subnautica 2 is made in Unreal. Oh, I do use C# too. Oh, okay. I'm not sure, but I think in Godot they're called signals. I think I use a message bus pattern. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think that's accurate though. I don't think the industry wants everyone to only use Unreal. I don't think that's accurate. I think there are games that do well that happen to be made in Unreal, and people look at that like, oh, this is good because it's Unreal, and then there's still this stigma of like, oh, the Unity has the fucking logo at the front, it's got a shit game, right? And that's not true either. There's tons of great games that are made with Unity. Tons of games that made a lot of money made with Unity, like that changed the industry, made with Unity. It happens all the time. Like Schedule 1 is a Unity game, Peak is a Unity game, right? I'm muted so I can't hear, but I see message bus. Yes to message bus. I don't mean the industry in general, I just mean all the big studios. Well, a lot of the big studios use their own engines. But you're right, that a lot of them are switching to Unreal. Man, I'm really pulling my hair out on this bug. I don't know why it's doing this. It's so weird. But yeah, the reality of the industry is that AAA is no longer guiding the industry. It's indie games that are guiding the industry. AAA is failing more often than not. It's shuttering down more and more constantly. It's ripping off indie games constantly. And it's relying more and more on AI, which we know is not a good thing. It doesn't make good games. So they're just looking for ways to make money, and consumers are becoming more and more aware. And the more you get into games, the more you realize that indie games are where it's at, and AAA games are getting boring. They aren't getting any better. Yeah, they might have a big player base, but they're getting bigger as far as system resources go. They take up more of your hard drive. They rely on you buying new technology every few years to make them work, which is expensive. And they treat their employees poorly. So if you care about that at all, like, I mean, most of the AAA games are outsourced for like a huge percentage of the game. Like 75% of the game would be like outsourced to Malaysia or something like that. But Karipu, welcome in. Everyone should check out Karipu if they haven't yet. Fantastic streamer. Hope you're doing well, Kari. AAA games are made for mass appeal only. Well, they're made to make money. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that they try for mass appeal, but they're shooting for money, right? They don't care if people like the game or not, as long as they make money off of it. It just so happens that people only buy games that are appealing. So what they can do is make advertisements that are appealing and games that suck, right? And they know this, and they do this. They definitely don't always shoot for mass appeal. They shoot for cutting corners and just making it work, and then making up for it some other way if they can. And if it doesn't work, then they'll either fucking cancel the project or shut down the servers or whatever it is, you know. Indie devs rule right now, lol, because they are people who actually play games designing them. Exactly. The issue with big studios is investors who don't even play games making decisions. So yeah, and it's not like the investors are actually making the games, but they're saying, hey, we need to make more money, and if you don't, you know, reach this milestone by the next quarter or whatever, we're gonna have to like make some big changes to the company. And those changes to the company, you know, it affects the games that are made and how the games are made and who's making the games even. So yeah, in a way they do affect the game making decisions, but kind of indirectly, right? They're not actually developers. They're just saying like how much money you have for your development team, and you know, deciding who the CEO is and like all of that shit, which in turns affects the people actually developing the game for sure. Harry says that new Outer Worlds was made for just me. I feel like, cause I guess it was a flop. Is there a second Outer Worlds game? I didn't realize that, but I guess that makes sense because I saw the first one was on sale. I mean, more mass market appeal with minimum monetary input. Yeah, exactly. That's a better way of putting it, because it really is about them just making as much money as possible. I mean, yeah, they want to blow people's socks off if that makes them money, right? But if it didn't make money to do that, then they realize they don't have to do that, then they won't do that. And that's why you see a lot of AAA companies trying to ape the indie style and even pretending that they're indie companies, right? They'll completely fund an entirely new studio that is, you know, new, so no one knows that it's actually funded by a big studio or a big publisher or whatever, and be like, oh, look at our little scrappy indie game, because they know that if it looks like an indie game, then it doesn't matter that it doesn't blow people's socks off with the graphics or whatever. So yeah, a lot of angles there. Oh, I even snoozed that ad. It used the snooze and then ran the ad. Ran the ad. What the hell? Yeah. Kari says yes, and I think everyone didn't know it came out. Real miserable. So I think the Outer Worlds thing is that the first one didn't do well. So why would the second one? Yeah, but I didn't play it. Honestly, it didn't look like something that I would hate, but it also looked like it would be pretty broken as far as like mechanics and like just like AAA ness. I don't know. I've just been staring at this for like an hour now. I have no idea why it's broken. It's so weird to me. Is that a J? J guests. 2 out of J. J out of J. J out of J, yeah. Every number after 3 is broken, and I don't know why. God damn, it's cold again. Yeah, it's 32 degrees here. Wait, what's going on with that one? It's putting the top on the bottom for that one. That's real weird. What is the number? Well, that's interesting though that it's doing that. Because the bottom tiles are this. How is it even getting to that? It should just be this tile here. But maybe because these aren't unique. But this one's doing that. I don't know. Yeah, maybe using 2 tiles for the numbers is not a great idea. For whatever reason, it's doing this weird shit. Maybe if we break it, maybe if we put it down to 1 for a number, then that'll fix it. I don't know how we're gonna get this to fit in the 1 tile though. It's pretty broken. Can't feel your hands already. Jeez. Oh, now it's showing garble. It's showing garbage tiles. There's some more garbage again. That's really interesting. $21. It's not resetting that second number. Uh-oh, did it crash? I think it crashed. Because it won't let me do anything. It just froze. Well, that's weird. Yeah, so I think it might behoove us to switch this to 1 tile in this as well, and just use one tile for each letter or number. Oh, you did manage to fit it like this. I see you got animated buttons too. So if we were going to do that, then we would probably want to use sprites in this, and then we would want to not use the mid dark color, and because that would be transparent. However, we could use transparency to show that underneath. And that would be doable. We would be able to use sprites instead of buttons for those if we wanted to. For actors, rather. Ooh, I got the chat clip this bomb working. I have no idea what you're talking about, Seagoat. Would it be difficult to convert everything to one tile? No, I don't think it would be. It's just I think we'll have to do it. I just moved the guest to the right a bit to give it more space. Oh, right on. Those are optional though. We could work on that if we have extra time. I made a thing in my game called that. I assumed that was the case, Seagoat, but completely out of context. So yeah, what I'll do then is I'll make a new layer and and just kind of make unique tiles. What am I doing? And copy this, make a new layer, new layer, and paste it here. There. LOL, Rick. Wait. Oh, hey, see, I thought I recognized your name. LOL, Rick. That was low key. Wait, how was that low key? Can't a person just be happy and express that? Yeah, you can. You just gotta give us context. Because how are we supposed to know what you're talking about? Clip that. Hey, I made the clip that bomb. I got the chat clip this bomb working. Like, I'm happy for you, but I have no idea what that is. I don't know anything about your game, Seagoat. I'd be interested to know. Or I guess this color would probably be more useful. Oh, we need this one too. Oh my, oh god, I love it. Well, that sucks. You need a redeem that says that.
Some murder to the bad brains. TV on the radio. Some murder to the bad brains.
I'm going to duel him left-handed. The only way I can be satisfied if I use my right over the whip.
Again, I've sampled someone. I have no idea who this vocalist is because I didn't write it down. So I feel a little bit bad about that. Serene Generation, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Well, stay safe, wonderful people. I gotta get ready for my game design course now. Alright, well, hope you learned some good stuff. Have fun. Take care. Be safe out there. Alright, so this is the full screen one. full screen. And then here is the scanner one. Well, I guess I'll just start with the docs. Export as docs. Yes. ID. Export as ID. And then scanner. Export as scan. Alright, so now I've got the new files. I'll put them into the assets folder here.
It's the highest grade.
You two all, thanks, Serene Generation, appreciate that. You haven't left already. But yeah, so now I've got these. However, I need to update all of the UI updates to only use one tile. So the bottoms one we can get rid of. And then we need to make the background for the other numbers. Numbers one tile. So this one I sampled someone from YouTube, and I told them that I sampled them too, and they were happy about it. And also Chris Cornell is sampled on this. And some vocalist. Some woman saying, ooh, yeah. Alright, so we got our numbers one tile here. Set it to auto. And on these scripts we need to refer to that one instead now. And we need to reference it for these. Oh, I did the wrong one. Control Z. Oh, I did the wrong one on this one too. Whoops. Alright, so that should fix the cache one. Assuming that we got the right positions. 17, 18, 19, 17, 18, 19, okay. And this is a Busta Rhymes remix. I'm not like a huge fan of Busta Rhymes or anything, but I found the acapella and I couldn't resist. Oh, I need to delete the bottoms. Don't need those. So 2 and 3 now. 2 and 3. And then this one. Again, delete the bottoms. And then replace the tops. Place the code. And now I gotta give it the right numbers. Alright, so 5, 6, 8, 9. 5, 6, 8, and 9. Alright, I should redo this then as well. This looks a little funny. Alright, so now I need to fix these ones. Delete the bottoms. And then replace the tops. Place the code. And then make sure that the placement is okay. This is the guest one, so that's 9 and 10. 9 and 10 is still correct. And we need the day tile swap. Again, we'll delete the bottoms. Although actually I think that's the position wrong, but it's not a big deal. Alright, so now we'll replace the tops. So this song I made before I learned how to master, so that's why the levels are a little bit quiet on it. That was 14 years ago. I call it Replicant Intruder, and I remember someone commented, comment's no longer there, I don't know what happened to it, but someone was like, hey, can we put this on our Blade Runner fan site? And I was like, why? I had no idea that because I used the word replicant in the title that Blade Runner fans would be like, yes, this is Blade Runner music. Mastering is something that I know is super useful to learn, but I never bothered to. Yeah, so a lot of what mastering is, and this is kind of, you know, simplifying something that's pretty deep, is just making things loud enough all the way throughout the track without ruining any of the mix kind of thing. So a lot of it is EQ, compression, and limiting. But I use EQ, compression, and limiting in that order on each instrument. And the compression has to be dialed in, the EQ has to be dialed in, and the limiter is just to make sure nothing is too loud, right? So you don't really have to dial in the limiter too often, which is nice, but you definitely have to dial in the EQ and the compression. So what compression is, if you don't know, is it takes the quiet sounds and makes them louder without making the louder sounds louder, right? However, like what is considered quiet is based on the threshold, and then there's also a ratio, and you can also adjust the output after the fact, right? So, and that's just the basics of compression. There's a lot more to it with side chains and all that stuff. And then EQ, basically you just want to make sure that you're capturing the instrument and the best parts of that instrument, cutting out the frequencies you don't want to make room for other things in the mix, right? And some of that goes into mixing as well. There's a little bit of crossover there with mixing with the EQ. If you know how to master, you can do it while you're mixing, and that's the nice thing about it, right? But if you're just focused on producing a track, then sometimes it helps to just focus on getting things that like done quickly, kind of like get a thought out of your head onto the computer, so that way you got time to get the next thought out of your head onto the computer or into an instrument or into a recording or whatever, and then after the fact go and throw on the right EQs and compression for each track, right? Yeah, and like effects and stuff like that are more mixing than mastering, but at the same time, if you have an understanding of how the effects work, it's going to be easier to master things without affecting the adjusting without causing the effect to be different than how you had it on the original mix, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Because it's really easy to compress something and then you end up with a quiet sound that's too loud that you didn't want to have that way in the mix. So unfortunately, going and just taking a fully rendered mix and then putting a compression in EQ and limiter on it isn't going to come up with a good mastering. What you need to do is you need all of the tracks separate, or at least the best you can. Sometimes what I've done in the past to master old tracks that I'd already rendered and lost the project files for is I'll split them into, I'll make duplicates of the track and then make, I'll do different effects chains on each one with different EQ. And so I'll say like, all right, this duplicate is only capturing the bass, and I'll cut all the other EQ for everything else. And then I'll like, you know, put compression and, you know, any effects that are needed or anything to really help the bass sound more like the bass. And then, you know, the treble and the mid-range, so on and so forth, and any instrument that needs to be like notch filtered, so it stands out as its own track without getting all of the other instruments in there. It's possible, but it's still never going to be as good as having the original project file with all of the tracks separate. Blech. I could talk about it for fucking days. Alright, where was I? Did we do 11 and 12? 11 and 12. Alright, so those are the right positions. We got the numbers tiles, days. I think we're good. Did we copy this and paste it? We did. Alright. Alright, let's see if it works. Oh, that was a Radiohead remix. Nude was the name of the song, which is actually like a really chill song. And they had like a remix competition, which I was completely late for. But I found the isolated tracks because of the remix thing. Like they put all the project files up. So what I did was I used something in Ableton called Slice to MIDI, and it takes slices of the audio clip and puts each slice onto a different MIDI pad, right? So if you had like a MIDI keyboard, each note on the keyboard would be a different snip of the clip, right? Or a different slice of the clip. And so I just found the slices that I liked and just hit buttons in a pattern that worked until it all worked out. This one, again, I didn't really know how to master very well, so real quiet. I call this one Present, Future, Past, Revolution, which doesn't make much sense, but I thought it sounded cool. Also, the picture for this one is interesting. It's me spray painting with two hands, a can in each hand. I was drunk. But yeah, me and my friend Gabe painted this fish. The demon fish. It's Punkfin. Oh, Taco. By the way, Demon Fish Dead Ahead is on Steam. So feel free to give it a wish list or check out the demo. Yo! It's not for sale yet, but the demo is up, and I'm collecting wish lists. So please, please, please wish list it. Also, if you're interested in playing the full version of the game, I will be giving out review copies. Or if you want to check out the demo, that's helpful too. I want to make sure that it feels like a good demo, you know. I broke it here somewhere. 17 New Day. Error line 259. I screwed it up somewhere. Oh, look at that. That should fix it. So now we're getting into 16 years ago is the next track. Lucille Ball, the Duppy Mix. So this is a remix of a Dining Ethics track. Dining Ethics was a band that I was in with Gabe, that person that I was drawing the fish with, and Eric Olson. And I love this track, by the way. I kind of want to turn it up. Want to see what I have so far? I have a clip. Yeah, sure. So apparently it's in the wrong position there. $13. Something's broken here. Oh, it makes you download it? Looks cool though. I like space stuff. Oh, this is for your Twitch integrated game, isn't it? Or no? No, that was the mutant one. Is this for your VTuber game? Game Jam. Oh, is this for the other Game Jam that you were talking about? Or is this the VTuber Game Jam? Ah, the other one. Okay. Yeah, it looks great. Oh no, this is VJam. So where? How does the VTuber stuff fit into it? You are a VTuber. Oh. Does it show you as a VTuber? Oh, this needs to be 7, not 6. Yeah, right on. Cool. Well, it's looking good. All the upgrades are stuff like better microphone. Right on.
This remarkable, sometimes incoherent transcript illustrates a phantasmagoria of fear, terror, grief, exultation, and finally breakdown.
Five, 6, 7, or 8, 9. Oh, I see what I did wrong here. So this one is supposed to be 8.
Exultation.
And this one would be 6. Right?
Undulating to atonal music while experiencing
Yeah.
way out trances.
So this track I uploaded 16 years ago. This was like senior year in college. But also, I didn't make any of the samples. This is all from like sample packs and stuff. I arranged it and mixed it and didn't master it. I even added effects and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's all samples from sample packs. And that sample from like a LSD, anti-LSD propaganda record.
They threaten to disorient the local population.
Plan on putting a diegetic HP bar that is like a VTuber reacting on screen. Oh, cool. You a bunny VTuber and your spaceship is a carrot. Ah, I see, I see. The colors again, but that was the problem before, so whatever. Alright, so now it looks like it's working. 1 out of 3. The 3 doesn't look like a 4, so that's cool. 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3. Day 2, 5 guess. 1 out of 5. 2 out of 5. 3 out of 5. Yeah, so the programming was working. It was just, for some reason, using 2 tiles was breaking it. That's really weird. It's extremely weird because it was breaking it after, once you got to 3, but 0, 1, and 2 were fine. Didn't make any sense. Uh-oh. It still broke though. Alright, so now I'm gonna put on Dining Ethics, which again was me and Eric Olson mostly, but we also started with Gabe and we had a couple different singers. Most notably Militant and Mark Huntley. This is a mix, 20-minute mix called Fresh Beats, and I made art for it. I made art and photographed it. Like you're selling fresh beats. I wanted it to look like a sign on the road. But yeah, the way we made this was like, man, I don't know why it's crashing. That's really weird. The way we made this was we recorded different sessions of us. Actually, I think a lot of this was just one session, and then we remixed it later. So we would record on separate tracks. A lot of times what we would do is we would just put one on the left and one on the right, which is kind of interesting. So that way we could record multi-tracked on one stereo track, but we would both be mono, and then we would just mix it in the end. I'm really not sure why it's crashing. So there's a way we could do something here. Do we have any sprites on this? Well, we've got the arrow. We can use the arrow. So what I'll do is I'll just add an actor, and we'll just do the arrow. And we'll just move it over. Do we add a designated back button so we can go back to the full screen view? Or is that unnecessary? No, we won't need that. So what I did instead was I made it so if you either click on the same one that's open or click on its face, then it goes back. Right? So this one or the face, or this one or the face, right? I think that's more intuitive, because if you just click on the one that you came from, then it would close it. Or if you just click on this area here, then it closes it, right? But right now I'm just setting up a way that we can see which test scene we're on, because it used to say NPC 1, right? Because I went and changed it to say NPC number, so that way I could see which one it was. It's just for debugging, just so I can try to figure out why it's crashing. Because we definitely don't want it to crash. Because it's not even getting to day 5. Lot Lizard's catching all the jump game stuff. I don't know why. It's like it chooses a different day to automatically give jump game stars to people. So day 3, and then it breaks. Wait, that was weird. And now it's definitely broken. Let's take a look at the numbers here. maybe guest one's second guest one's 8. That looks normal. Guest arriving 8. Current day 3. Current guest 2. Total guest per day 2. There's no reason why it should be crashing. Oh, you know, I have an idea. Every time we go to new day, it should reset the which ones we've done. Right? Or shouldn't it? Should we be able to have an NPC come back for the second day? Or would it be better if they didn't? Yeah, I don't know. But also, I don't know why. I don't think that would have anything to do with the crash. Yeah, so this is MIA being sampled here. I think it makes sense they come back a second day, but if it makes things easier, we don't have to. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't know if it would make things easier or harder. But it shouldn't be crashing. I'm not sure why it's crashing. It's getting pretty late. Well, at least it gave us a kernel panic error that time. So we know we're not losing our minds. It's definitely crashing. But it hasn't done all the NPCs yet. There was still number 7. That is weird. I think you had games with more scenes than this, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. My guess is I made a mistake somewhere. So it crashed at 7, like when 7 was still there, but 6 had been used. So I'm thinking the issue might be in 6 here. Both 6 and 7 seem to be fine though. I don't know. All we can do is keep trying it and see if there's a pattern that emerges. So last time it crashed, it was at 1 of 8 guests. So that's like what, day 3? So here's day 3. Two of 8. 3 of 8. So it's not crashing this time. Eight of 8. Day 4. Oh, that number is broken there. It's using the second one again. Really weird. It's supposed to say 12. Run out of numbers. Day 5, guess 15. Alright, so it's not resetting this number, so that's an issue for sure. But it's weird that it didn't crash this time. Oh, I was able to hit the button twice there. And then it crashed. Yeah, because I was kind of testing. I was like, well, maybe I'm just hitting the button too fast. Maybe that's causing the crash. So one way to prevent that would be removing the script as soon as we press the button. I think that might work. Like, cause normally it removes it here if you leave it, but if we make it remove it right when you press the button, that might be the answer. We'll try with just the top button for now, so I don't have to do every single button. So maybe I was just hitting the button too fast, and that was causing it to crash. My little turntable solo. So yeah, I'm hitting the button super fast, and it's not crashing. So I think I might have fixed that. The number's still broken. Oh, it crashed here. It might have something to do with the number breaking. Let's see here. Lot Lizard's killing it with the jump game. Been jumping all day. By the way, I'll just do some quick errands. We'll be back in a bit. Okay, cool. I actually might not be here when you get back, but have a safe errand trip. Oh, I'm not removing the 10 from this. That's fine. Math, functions. Current guests, subtract, value 10. And then we need to remove that 10 here. Variable value. Guest first tens. Yeah. Equals 0. And we might as well reset the other one too. Right, so that should hopefully fix it. I don't know. So this is with Mark Huntley doing the vocals. There is a version of this track without vocals that was like a live recording, which is really cool.
I'll be blinded deaf to your source. Allow me to judge you on this course. Unable to see the rhymes you be committing. Unable to hear the crimes you be spitting. I'll be blinded deaf.
So I'm sampling a Dating in the Disco Scene album. Like they like interview all of these like people in the disco scene trying to date.
So get up, get out, lay down. You're clowning to the rhythm that dissolves at your breath. A breath of intent, sonically you're spent. Your time's coming went out with the dinosaurs.
So the number's still screwed up.
Allow me to digress.
Well, let's take a look at what's going on here.
Not the envy of any enemy or present company.
Yeah, it's at second ones is at 12, which it should not be. Bedtime for me, Rick. Good night, mate. Alright, Edit, thank you for the lurk, and I appreciate that you were here. I hope you sleep well. And yeah, have a wonderful day tomorrow. I'm probably gonna go to bed soon here too. Oh, this needs to be changed.
claim and take a hit. Cough and spit all over it. I'ma never claim to be the sun, but only that I'm brightest one. We gonna fake the bulls and take control. We gonna smoke a couple bulls and then we'll walk. I'ma bring my hoodie cause it's cold. I'll be blind and deaf to your source. Allow me to judge you on this course. Unable to see the rhymes you be committing. Unable to hear the crimes you be spitting. I'll be blind and deaf, blah blah, be blind and deaf. I'll be blind and deaf, blah blah, be blind and deaf. I'll be blind and deaf, blah blah, be blind and deaf. I'll be blind and deaf, blah blah, be blind and deaf.
And that is it for us today. And we'll leave you with a... What does that mean? Play us out. Play us out. Okay, but... What is... I don't know what that means to play us out.
I'm way over 12. Or no, am I? Yeah, I'm at 22. That's real fucking weird. Alright, what's going on here? Yeah. Because we need to be checking for like the total guests. Here. Total guests per day. Against the arriving guests. So that way we can still check if it goes over 10. That should fix that issue. This track is called The Sun is Slippery, and it's like a 6-minute track of smaller tracks. It was actually an EP, but it was like a bunch of tiny songs like put together, like 30-second, 40-second songs, maybe a minute and 30 seconds. You can hear the vocoder from the Busta Rhymes remix. Did it break? It fucking broke. I don't understand why it's breaking. It seems to be breaking when there's only one left that it hasn't been to. Whoa, that was interesting. It did a garbly crash. I'd never seen that before. Now this track is super old. This is back when we were first starting, 12 years ago. But honestly, no. This was uploaded 12 years ago. It's definitely older than these other tracks. It's gotta be from 15 years ago. Because it's at least as old as the track that's 15 years old. I think it just never got uploaded, and like later we're like, you know, this one's actually kind of cool. Because this was before I even had my own deck. I was scratching on Olsen's deck with his records. Yeah, he was playing bass and I was scratching on the turntables. And we had a lock groove. Oh, did it crash again? We had a lock groove on a no scripts running. On another deck.
When you heard a teacher make cuts like these. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, I don't know why it's crashing. My only guess is that it's trying to run things too quickly and like tripping over its toes, tripping over its feet. Because I'm like telling it to run multiple scripts that run other scripts, and if they just keep running, then it crashes. But there should be a safeguard to prevent that from happening. I'm not sure why it's still happening. And this is with Militant. These next two songs are with Militant. He's a Jamaican dude.
Oh baby, you got to be mine, got to be mine, got to be mine all time, got to be mine.
It's always crashing when there's only one left.
You got to be mine all time, boy. Love no come from the tribute, yeah. But if you girl believe in me, then I'ma give you all the love you need, and I'ma give you all the love you want, and I'ma give you everything you want. Oh baby, love is never greedy. Love is never, love is never greedy. Whoa, whoa, yeah. So I'ma give you all you need now, baby. I'ma give you all you want. I'ma give you all you need now, lady. I'ma give you everything you want. 'Cause love will never drive you bad. Love will never treat you bad. You are the love that I have, yeah. Love will never leave you back. Love will never leave you back. See, when I'm loving you, when I'm loving you, so much I can do. Well, so love will never treat you back. My love, oh baby, my love will never treat you bad. My love will never treat you bad. My love will never treat you bad. You are the love I have, yeah.
I think this might be the answer because it's only happening when it's got to go through everything. So maybe we just need to give it more time to wait. Or there might be even a better way to do this. One thing I did in oh, you're back, right, Taco? Welcome back. Yeah, this is Militant with Dying Ethics now. So one thing I did in Demonfish Dead Ahead was I set a variable that like gated the functions, so it only like, so that way like if one thread was doing something, then at the end of that thread I would flip a variable like a boolean, and then the other thread would know that it's okay to work because everything, all that logic was already processed. So I might have to do something like that.
And if they try to follow, they wish only down. Oh, they dress up the roots and opposites of this town. No roots of righteousness and show them down up here. War, war, head up here, war, war, war. Channel up here, war, in a Babylon zone. If I teach you,
the only problem with that is that well, I guess I could do it in an else statement here. Right? Because if redo RNG is set to 0 and it gets to here, then it's done. So yeah, we'll do variable value, set variable value, and we'll just say variable RNG done.
We say them from fire. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Boom, 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 baby.
RNG done equals 1. And then on this other script,
so give me. I want someone you love, baby.
Oh no, I guess that would have to be in an update function. We could do also. That might be better than waiting though. So we could actually put it in this thing and just make it transparent later. So if variable value RNG done equals 1, then we will load this script there, and also RNG or variable value RNG done equals 0, but then also if variable value, we'll need to make another catch here. Load NPC scene ran. So if load NPC scene ran equals 0, then variable value NPC scene ran equals 1, and we'll copy this, and at the init we want that to be set to 0. Which is kind of a lot to add to each scene. Then we can get rid of wait, am I even doing this right? Oh, I think I'm confused here. This one, no, this happens all the time. This one loads the next one. But honestly, this is the one that's crashing it, because it's like loading a random number and then checking if NPC is used. Alright, what if we put like a wait here just for like 1 millisecond? And then check if NPC used. We'll put another wait here for another 1 millisecond. And I don't think we gotta worry about this, because that's like a whole mess. Alright, let's try it now. So this is me on vocals, and it's 15 years old. And Olsen is playing the bass with one hand, and then playing with the tempo slider on the lock groove of with the record that's playing. So he's actually changing the tempo of the record while he's playing the bass with one hand. That's why the drums have a bit of a wobble to it. And I'm singing into a computer microphone with a vocoder and an LFO. So all of that meow is actually my voice. I like this song. I'm just singing gibberish. That's my voice too, like that distorted wobble. And I'm using a mouse to change the LFO. Oh, did it crash again? I can't stop it from crashing. I don't know why it's crashing. And it's crashing. But it's like 3:30 in the morning. So I think fresh eyes might be helpful on this at this point. I probably need to rethink the logic. Somehow, somewhere, it's causing it to freak out. Usually, always, when it's all but one. When every NPC has been used but one, it crashes. But not every time. Sometimes it doesn't. And I don't know the best way to fix that. Oh, and that's the end. See if there's anything else that I can throw on while we end the stream here. Oh, some more turntablism. That is weird. So I've got it. It has to be with the way that I've set this up, right? So it runs this NPC RNG script, which comes up with a random number, but it also calls a script, right? And this script that I'm calling has the chance to call this script again, and the chance gets higher as you run out of options, right? So it runs this script, and then it runs that script, and then it runs this script, and then it runs that script. So I think, honestly, I think I was onto something earlier when I was saying we should use an update function to do it, and a variable to gate when it runs. Because if it runs like over and over and over and over and over again, that's a surefire way to crash it, right? Because it will run faster than it can. It'll just break it. Like if you tell a script to run a script that runs that first script, then it will just endlessly run that script and break. It'll just crash. So that's what's happening. But it shouldn't be happening, because on this other script that I call check NPCs used, it only runs that if all of them equal 1, right? So if NPC RNG 1, so that's the RNG number, if that equals 1, then it checks to see if NPC 1 used equals 1. And if it is, then we redo the the RNG, and if it's not, we don't redo the RNG. And each one is set up to do that for each NPC2 used, right? It either says redo the RNG or don't redo the RNG. So if one of them, and 3 in this case, is 0, because it is, right? It's set to 0, then it will say redo the RNG, no, don't redo the RNG. So it gets all the way to the end. Wait a second. But then it's going to the next one. Oh, I think I found the issue. I just rubber ducked my way to the issue. So if this one is saying redo RNG equals 0, and then this one it says, wait, no, this one has been used, and then redo RNG equals 1 all of a sudden, and then it goes through the rest, and yes, it still equals 1, so it redoes the RNG. So yeah, there's a logic issue in the way that I've coded this. There's no way to like exit this, I don't think. Maybe stop thread, but it says based on a selected handle. I don't know what that means. Thread handle. What's a thread handle? Stop script. There's that. Stops current script from running. So I think that's what I need to do. I think this might be the answer. I just add this stop script to each of these, right? Because if it hits this and then just stops, it shouldn't get to the next one where it tells it to loop. I've never used this stop script event before, but I think this is the way to use it. It's kind of like a return in C#. But it doesn't return a value, it just stops the script. This mix is so old, I don't even remember doing it. It's from 20 years ago. It's literally from 2016. From February 19th, 2016. Oh wait, that's not 20 years ago, that's 10 years ago, sorry. It's from 10 years ago. 20 sounded a little bit old. I didn't have turntables 20 years ago. My buddy did though, and I borrowed his. Alright, so I think that should fix the issue. Not positive, but it's worth testing. Alright, let's do this. What is this? How did what I do break it? What the hell? Does it? Oh, it does. Alright, so I made a mistake. Although I don't know how. I think it's stopping this script. I don't know how stop script works. All it says on the docs is that it stops the current script from running. But the reality is that it's stopping all scripts from running. Because it's stopping this script, but it should be stopping the current script, which is the script that I'm calling it from. It should still run this. So we can't do that then, because it stops it completely. I just had another idea. Let me delete all these first. Okay, so redo RNG is currently being used as a boolean, but what if we use it as an int instead? Right? So what if alright, here's an idea. We set it to 0 at the start, and then we increment it for each time, and then we only do this when it equals 10, right? So variable value redo RNG equals 0. And then instead of this, we'll do delete and then increment variable by 1, redo RNG, right? So if it equals 1, we'll increment it. It should equal 1 at that point, and we can get rid of this one. So we'll copy this, go to the next one, paste it here, delete this, delete that, go to the next one, paste it, delete, delete, go to this one, paste it, delete, delete, paste it, delete, delete, paste, delete, delete, paste, delete, delete, paste, delete, delete, paste, delete, delete, and then paste, delete, delete one last time. Now here, instead of RNG equals 1, we want it to equal 10, right? Because there's 10. Because at 1, it changes it from 0 to 1. At 2, it changes it from 1 to 2, etc., until we get to 10, in which case it should equal 10. And if it equals 10, then we set it to that. And we don't have to worry about it because it sets it. It resets it at the beginning of the script. Alright, let's see if this fixes it. And then it's time for me to go to bed. Because holy cow, it's already 4 in the morning. So far, it's working. So far, Taco. Don't get too excited. I think it's safe to say that it's working. If we take a look at the variables here. Where are... Yeah, the NPC used variables is what I'm looking for. It's not working because it's pulling up NPCs we've already been to. Right, we've been to 4 and we're at 4. I mean, it's not crashing, but it's not randomly doing a random other. It's just randomly deciding. Like, it just did 3 twice in a row. Oh, it just reset that time. 10 was used. 2. 10 again. Where's that RNG redo variable? Down there. How come it's only getting to 1 and then 0? Like, it should be counting all of these. Right, so for whatever reason, it's still only going to 1. It's really weird. I think I might have an idea of what's going on here. I think I'm sleepy. Because this only runs once. So that increment thing isn't gonna work. What if we just set this back to 1? Since it's never getting higher than 1. It should still do the same thing that it was doing before, but now it's resetting it back to 0 at the start. So I don't know. It shouldn't have been crashing before. That's the weird part. What happened here? It shouldn't have been crashing before. I got bit by the sleep bug for some reason. I just want to lay down. I do too. No, that happens to me. When I'm on a weird sleep schedule, I'll be like, oh shit, half the day is done. I'm ready for my fucking 4-hour nap. Alright, let's see if it crashes. It seems to be working now. You can see because the RNG is changing until it gets one that it hasn't gotten before. Which can take some time. That's why sometimes it takes longer. Alright, it worked that time. It reset. I think it's working. I'm just gonna keep saying I think it's working until it breaks. I think it's working. I think it's working. I think it's working. I think it's working. Still hasn't crashed yet. Did it just crash? It did. Yeah. Just as I said, it hasn't crashed yet. It fucking crashed. Alright, so it says there's one thread. So if we pause it, we can see the thread. But all it's telling us is the button that we hit and what's on it. But clearly this is what's causing it to crash. And it says that is the case. Can we unpause it? Did that fix it? It incremented all the way to 10 that time, which is really weird. It froze. Alright, false alarm, it's still broken. I'm gonna need to check this out with fresh eyes in the morning because I am real tired. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Oh, you want the updated version of the image? Yeah, I can do that. I just noticed that, sorry. Alright, yeah, I'll just send over this. I'll save it as edits and yeah. Where is that? Re-edit. Yeah, I think this is what you wanted. The updated version of that using the single tile, yeah. Thanks for the stream, Rick. No worries. Yeah, thank you for being here, Taco. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Really appreciate the raids from Ias and Pixeliana. Seagoat with the bits. Also, Seagoat, Lot Lizard, and Westlow for all of their 5-stream streaks. Fantastic people. Getting all them streaks in. I don't know who to raid. We could raid the person we raided last time on. The Pixel Junkie is playing retro games. Let's see if there's anyone new. There's Woodspix Woods Pixel? Does anyone know Wood Pixel? Woods Pixel? They're making pixel art. Taco, you know them? I don't know what they're drawing, but they're drawing it in A-Sprite. Oh yeah, I follow them on socials. Really awesome pixel artists. Well, I haven't met them yet, so maybe we should raid them. I think these are for a game. Helen Pixels is there. Yeah, let's give them a raid. Yep, they're probably cool. But I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, thanks for the raid message. Appreciate that, Taco. I really appreciate you as a mod, Taco. You're doing a great job. You get an extra shout out. Everyone check out Taco Crate. Awesome mod, awesome pixelist, awesome streamer, awesome VTuber, awesome frog twerker. All around awesomeness. Everyone follow Taco if you're not. But everyone already is, so. But yeah, huge shout out to my mod Taco. Thank you again. The music is probably pretty loud for everyone, isn't it? I just realized it. There's like all these crazy sounds going. It's like I'm forcing people to listen to it, and all of a sudden I clicked on Ableton on accident. Anyways, we're about to raid out. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. I lost OBS. Taco mods for everyone. Alright. 5 seconds. Thanks again, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your whatever. Bye.
Oh, wait. Rick! Whoa! Wave Games raid. Whoa, hello! Sorry if I sound a little bit ill. Welcome on in. Hello. Yo! Welcome on in. Hello. Look at the new alert! Ah, it's so